Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, January the 27th. My name is Barry Ainerson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, Williams. So good. You can hear me today. Excellent. Well, guys, what to say? Yeah, real. GME did hit. If you take a look at 4 in the morning, GME hit 350. Incroyable. BlackBerry actually got up to 25. I've just disclosed that I'm out of my BlackBerry position. I might regret it. Of course, right now we've got AMC screaming higher. I know it's hard not to be mesmerized by these moves, guys. So just be very, very, very careful. But there's AMC, 24% float. The reason I mentioned CNK is that, obviously the same sector, it's actually a lower float and a higher short float percent than AMC. So, and it's got room too. So keep an eye on them both. Now, let's take the overall market. We look like we're going to have a big gap down day to start anyway. I'm looking at some of the not virtually, some of the sectors that we. The big sectors, the cannabis sector, MJ is down, crypto is down. Just going to look at GBTC is down. And also the EVs are in disfavor for whatever reason. Okay, the EVs. What is in favor right now is retail, XRT. So yes, look at XRT. This is a big, nice pop-up for XRT. So with that in mind, you take a look at EXPR. EXPR just ripping here, pretty hard short float. This was an AI alert a couple of days ago, actually, at, what was the price, 321. Another one of these, I don't know if it's a retailer, well, I'm not sure what category they really fit into. Let me just see costs. I guess so. Anyway, look at costs. Super low float, big short float percent. And look at this move for $10. KOSS. Look at the move it is made in, 2 days. And now the start of today. KOSS. And AMC just broke out over 20. Well, you can sell on the pre-market, Granite State. If you just have to, depends on your broker, you just have to have that option to sell in the pre-market if you want. LAC, this was a gap down. Yeah, it's still kind of gapping down. Kind of interested because look where it is. I mean, if it really starts to move down, again, this is a lithium play, EV play, basically. Another one, I don't hate to mention this one, but look at Kodak. Kodak is also just rippage here. Almost a 20% short float. The high looking left is 1325, so it's almost there. Big gap up, 37%. I don't see any news on it. Doesn't really matter. VISL, I think this is another low float. 15%, but it is starting to give it up a little bit. Again, I don't see any news. Actually, I do see some news. Report shipping its DVE 61 encoder, etc. So it's a satellite communications equipment play. Well, okay, you're chasing it now. This is, take a look. Well, you just have to look at these, the monthly chart. I'm looking here. This is back in 2019, so it's way above that level. So, does it have room? Yes, but, you are definitely in chase mode right now. Following the fever. So if you're new to trading, I'd back off. And I know what you're going to say. Yeah, but Barry, you told me to back off, and 2 minutes later it's at 25. So be it. Kang is another one. It's not a low float. Kang on the move here also. Look at this gap out or breakout. CANG, and decent volume of China stock. Looking left, the next high looking left is 14. That's so funny. I saw AMC this morning at 11. Oh, wow, okay. Well, that's up $5. How much more can it go? Well, basically double. U1 is also on the move. This actually does, I can, some discernible news for U1. There's some, I guess, I don't know if it's a fund or their owners, but they bought 615,000 shares at $4.79. $4.79. So that is the reason for the big gap up for U1. Oh, I'm going to regret not being BlackBerry, I think. Because GameStop is not stopping yet. I actually thought it would maybe take out that 200 this morning. Right around here, I thought maybe, if it's going to take out 200, that could be it for a while anyway. But no, still strong. This actually hit $350 at 4 o'clock Eastern. And the other one that has, of course, attracted all the attention is Bed Bath & Beyond. It is still gapping up. Big short float. And there's CNK. Well, Grumpy, I wouldn't call it a terrible one. I mean, you had a chance to get in on Monday, and you could have made money. And last week's wasn't terrible. It just didn't trigger. So I wouldn't call it terrible. It just didn't trigger. But I know that's in your nature, just to dump on things. So go ahead. And they, just as I said, AMC at 25, right? Or almost 25. Yeah, well, here's another one. Well, okay, the NCMI. So sympathy play, guys, to obviously for AMC and CNK. Here's a cheaper one, NCMI. There's the gap up right here. And, it's got room, of course, like most of them. And CIDM, yeah, that is the other one. I remember a while back, several months ago, when we looked at the competitors. CIDM, one was really running in CIDM, except this is not moving higher, so. I'm sorry. When I was talking 25, I was looking at CNK. Is up to 20. We got up to 25. It did? Okay, I couldn't quite see it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It did drop $3. I wonder how they can regulate it, though. How can they? I mean, this is. I mean, you can call it stock manipulation, but it's not like it's insider trading or anything like that. If a group of us wants to get together and say, "Hey, everybody, let's buy," I mean, I don't know enough about how the regulators would react to that. I mean, it's anyway. It's. I don't see how you can regulate a like a Reddit type forum. I don't see how you can do it, but I may be completely wrong. They could shut it down and they start a new one. I don't know. Well, in that case, okay, if they want to do something like that. Well, guys, let's take a look to see what our our old staid analysts are doing in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Let me just load it and see what they're up to today. All right, we don't have too many upgrades. I'll get them in right now. I'm looking to see if anybody's upgrading GME. I am kidding, of course. Yeah, look at Macy's. Yeah, Macy's on the run here. Just noticing Macy's is and CHS. So the retailers is strong segment today, or sector today. Very strong sector today. Lost in all this, Microsoft had earnings, guys. Anybody care? All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Now, there are more downgrades I'm noticing this morning. Okay, let's see what we've got here for downgrades. Wedbush is trying to downgrade Bed Bath & Beyond. All right. Not trying to, they did. All right, just a few more to go on the downgrade side. We've got a couple of downgrades and we got a downgrade for BlackBerry from Scotiabank, and another downgrade for Bed Bath & Beyond from Robert Baird. Tom, let's see if I have it. Here we go. The A-Table Junior. Okay, yep, I'll give it to you. Here you go, Tom. This is the link for the A-Table. And guys, SKT is another one to keep an eye on. It's in my watch list. There's another huge short flow percent. Retailer, we'll call it, in the retail sector. And it's just trying to take out the highs of yesterday. 345, that was the high right there at 17, trying to take it out. Well, Geronimo, I mean, it's just, it's an analyst saying, we think it's overvalued. Are they going to be right? It's just an opinion. Yeah, PBI, am definitely looking to see this one for a continuation. I mean, it's already up a couple of dollars, but it still has room. I think I had to go back to 2017 to see these levels. So PBI definitely. Oh, wow. Now you no kidding, clipping 310 now. I am surprised. I thought this was going to be kind of not the end, but that 200 level right there, I thought that would be it. But realizing that it also hit 350 at 4 o'clock Eastern time, and that was GME. Whew. And we have another one with a high short float, 58%. MAC. Actually, Fubo's getting hit a bit this morning, I noticed. No, it's come right back. So I saw it down here. So Fubo, FUB, oh, wow, what a pop, $5. Another short float, high short float. You know, and look at Macy's with a high short float percent, 35%. I mean, just concentrating on GoGo, another one. GoGo, high short float percent. Even Space, look at Space has got 21% short. And I saw this one earlier, it looked like it, but I mean, bouncing, big bouncers. Meanwhile, CNK. Yeah, the CIDM, so it's not following suit. What was that other one? The N. Come here. NCMI, how's it doing? Is it holding 5? Yes, it is. Yeah, you have to look it up, naked shorting, okay? It's not what you think, but you have to look it up, what naked shorting is. Now you know, those short float percentages and the short float, etc., they get adjusted twice a month. So I'm sure we're going to see that come down quite a bit. That should be on, say, the 31st. Nikki, that's an impossible question, okay? The best time to buy and make profit. I guess you're new to trading. I mean, I'd love to say, well, just, you know, at 9:40 buy and then at 10 o'clock sell. I mean, that's, you know, it's obviously the most active in the first hour of the day, first half hour, but you've got to be very nimble. Doggone it, I'm not in my BlackBerry anymore. Oh, well. Exactly. Just do a Google search. I don't know what website you're going to see, but well, on a maybe more gentler trade, I mean, this PBI, I'm really intrigued to see if it has another great second day continuation after their news yesterday, PBI. The other thing, Nikki, if you're brand new at all this, what's happening right now is you're getting some insane moves in certain stocks, and it's hard to take your eyes off them. All right. Now, this is not, well, I don't even want to say normal. Who knows? Maybe this is the new normal, but it's hard. That's typically not what I do, but it is hard not to follow. When you see these moves. But this is certainly, you're not going to hear me recommend any one of these, to get into. You guys are completely on your own. Saif, not sure if you guys noticed GME. I think we've noticed, yes, GME, Saif. You can trade with TraderDiz as a scanner, okay? TraderDiz is a scanner, Nick. You can use any broker. What you're talking about is maybe the linking ability that when you click on an alert, it loads into your brokerage platform. It's not mandatory, but so we're a scanner. You can use any broker you want. We're not a broker, so we're a scanner. And if you have our standard service, I would absolutely, usually I talk about this in about an hour, use our simulator, right there, click on the sim and practice trading first before you commit money to the market. With that in mind, I am going to load my other layout. Oops. Give me a moment as I all right. And you're going to follow my watch list. What time is it? 9:27. You want to follow my watch list up and down. You can click on, from the toolbar, click on new, and then the channel bar, and then my watch list right there. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you click on one of these layouts, your layout will be replaced. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I put a delay. Yeah, I completely agree, Real. It's just, it's hard right now when we're in the midst of this. This will pass, okay? It will pass, but that's why I'm really not gonna. Don't ask me, Barry, should I get into BlackBerry? Should I get into AMC? Should I get into CNK? Should I get into GME? I'm not answering any questions like that. They're just, this is just emotion fueled right now. So. Meanwhile, let's see what happens with my options pay. Now, this actually, we had some great looks. They came very late, about 12:30. I don't think we got the first one until about 12:30, but then we had about 5 or 6, and they were some awesome ones from the options. So we'll see what happens. All right, just give me a moment, please. All right, we have a little less than 30 seconds to the open. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, so try to let things settle down just a little bit. I don't mind repeating myself, Ryan. People won't read, but if they hear me, it might sink in. So those aren't rules anyway. They're just they're my interpretations. They're not. I don't want to call them rules. Anyway, we are now open. Trade of the week is Solo, SOLO. It actually triggered on Monday. The trigger I think was 8:30. It was 8:36 or 8:34. Did okay on Monday, but it actually got up to 9 something. But it has fallen back. Like the EVs right now are not in favor for whatever reason. All right, Macy's. Good to see an old retailer. Look at the volume coming into Macy's. Whoa, PBI just took a header. 16 down to 12. All right, LAC continues down. Let's take a look at lithium, LTHM. Is it following suit? LTHM, yes it is, LTHM. So a couple of lithium plays. LAC. Again, basically the EV sector definitely getting hit this morning. Wow, look at FUBO, almost 50 now. Another, yeah, look at this. So again, this is probably retail. Yeah, megaplex, theaters, entertainment. So, well, it's in that sector. We'll call it in that sector, EPR. It doesn't trade that much. That 377,000 represents 36 times normal this point of the day. So this does not trade very much, EPR. And EXPR got halted on the way down. EXPR got halted on the way down. Okay, another retailer, just mentioned this one before, SKT. Look at that short float, 50% almost. SKT. Yeah, even America. All right, American Airlines, interesting. So, of course, we've got a big gap down in the market. Okay, everything's down. Well, everything. NASA's down, Dow's down, SPY's down. We've got one positive sector that I can see, and there's that retail sector. Hence, Macy's and some of the other retailers are moving. American Airlines, interesting. Look at American Airlines. Look at American Airlines. January 28th pre-market. So, I don't know. Bets are being placed. They're going to have decent earnings. They have earnings tomorrow before the market opens. What are the rest of them doing? Let's take a look at JetBlue. How about UAL? No, this is kind of trading on its own. American Airlines trading on its own. Yeah, how about Azul, the Brazilian? No. Well, something very specific. I mean, it can't just, well, maybe it is. People betting that this is going to be a not a bad earnings release tomorrow for American Airlines. BlackBerry. Well, BB. Okay, there you are. Big red bar in the market. So these are your alpha stocks. They don't care that the market is down 400. Well, there's that. Well, I mean, Tangier, SKT, what's got halted? And Bed Bath and Beyond just got halted. BBBY. Oh, there's no question, SK. There's absolutely no question. Going after anything with a short float, high short float percent, no question. EXPR. Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, it's moving down. It's been halted on the way down, so you have to wait for it to open, see what happens. Look at, I thought today was the day that we'd be all shorting SDC, but I guess not. I saw this move down in the pre-market. I thought maybe that would be over, but look at SDC, still alive. Yeah, this SDC 1554 is the next high looking left. Wow, I mean, this has just been on a mission. Wow, look at Macy's. Holy smokes. Again, there's only one positive sector. Well, the consumer staples is also positive. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Here's my spider sector list. So if it's blue, it's positive. And XLP. And here's Jets, guys. So there's the airline ETF. For whatever reason, the airline ETF is just soaring. I didn't even have a chance to look at the AI. Oh. Didn't even have a chance. So I see one triggered. It's part of the one of the scans that I'm sharing. So just click on my homepage, Geronimo. Just click on my homepage and go to the scan section. It's one of the ones that's there. Well, this is haven't seen a move like this for AAL. A lot of times we see these moves in the pre-market for some of the airlines, but not. This is a straight up move. I shouldn't talk about it, but there's BlackBerry, guys. Oops. Meanwhile, we just had a halt for RHE. Halt on the way up, RHE. COS halted on the way up, yes, after a pretty big pullback. And there's Siri. Even Siri's getting to the action. And look at Siri. This is a huge float. 1 billion in the float. It says in orbit testing for their satellite. Well, these are, my goodness. So these are what you call your alpha stocks, all right? They don't care what the market's doing. They don't care. Look at the market, look at that big red bar, look at the market, you know, red, red, red. But these are the stocks, they just don't care what the market's doing. They're on their own. Okay, here's another retailer, Angie. I think these retailers are just screaming higher. Well, again, you know, I say I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes, so I'm going to miss these moves. You know, these are straight up moves, and it's just the way it is. Here's another one, GoGo, high short float, 33%. Yeah, AMC was halted, and so it had the big, big pullback, but it's halted on the way up. AMC was halted on the way up. Look at Angie go. Another retailer. In the sector, I mean, it's broad, okay? I mean, you know what Angie's all about. Okay, so again, nothing will show up in here until at least 9:45. Look at SDC. Straight up on the twos. And nothing on my options yet. Okay, now look at Alcoa. This could be perilous right now. Look at Alcoa. Had earnings, of course, on the 20th. There was a reaction, continues down. And there's not a lot of support until you get to about this 1580 level. So that's not quite $2 away. And that is AA. No, it had the big pop up and the big pop down on the 15. Meanwhile, SKT just chase mode. Even H&R Block, they're getting into the action. Okay, so EXPR, little retailer, got halted on the way down, popping up now. And Siri continues here. It's a big, big, big move for Siri. It had a nice move yesterday. Big move because of the float. 1 billion shares in the float. That is a massive move. 21% for Siri. It takes a lot to move a stock with a billion in the float. Another one just got halted. So Siri just got halted on the way up. SIRI just got halted on the way up. Yeah, man, oh man. And another halt, or a resume, I should say a resume. Tootsie Roll. You kidding me? Tootsie Roll got halted, resumed. VIAC, Viacom got halted, resumed. Now, this is the problem with having, of course, a 15-minute delay on this. I mean, some of these are very, very extended. SKT, ANGI, very extended. So you get the alert. Doesn't mean you pile into it. It just, I use it. It's a watch list. Waiting to see if we get some option plays moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, one on the way down, Flex, underneath that whole number, Flex. Hey, let's look left on that monthly chart. What do we see? We see maybe some support around 16 for Flex, FLEX. This is the IPO from yesterday. Easy go. No shorts available for me yet. Only the second day traded. I don't know. Well, obviously thought it was overbought. I don't know, JB. The filters hit, and that's why in the strategy. You can put as many question marks as you want, but meanwhile, UONE has come right back. So they actually had some valid news. I'm going to call it valid news. I guess it's one of their, I don't know if it's their major owner, but about 615,000 shares at 479. It's like a corporation did that at 479. Okay, one moment, please. guys. All right, right back here now. Zooming in the charts. Okay, data stop. Left click on a chart, just so the Trade Ideas knows that's the chart you want to be active in. Left click on the chart. Press down on the control key on your keyboard. Keep it pressed down, and then you can either hit the left arrow on your keyboard or use your scroll wheel on your mouse. Okay. So the key is left click, so it knows you want to be in this chart. Control key down on your press down on your keyboard, and then use the scroll wheel. Okay? Yeah, I'm not answering any questions about those, Sam. Okay, AMC, GME, all these crazy ones. Sorry, it's just they're just too crazy, too emotional. Oh no, don't be sorry. All right, so GME just got halted on the way down. Viacom resumed. Wow, VIAC. I'm just waiting for things to settle down a little bit. Unfortunately, like a lot of these are going to be very extended. Okay, so this one could be interesting. The VISL from my watch list. Excuse me. It's a pretty low float, 20 million in the float. What did it do? It hit a high in the pre-market of 335. So I'm going to keep an eye on it, see how well it holds this 3 level. And backing it out on the monthly chart, have to see what sort of resistance there is. So there is something, the monthly 319, if it can get through that, you can get through 319. So I'm going to stick an alert right around there. It looks like 322, but because if it can get through that, you can see where it could go, even on the weekly chart. There's a lot of resistance around 440, but that is certainly far enough away. So just keep an eye on VISL, see if it holds the 3 level and moves. I wanted to get into this one. Pets, look at the alert for pets from the AI. 42 zooms up to 48. So huge percentage movers so far. Just give you a glimpse at them. 12, 11, 8%. I'm going to talk about the AI in a little bit. Meanwhile, H&R Block continues after the little pause right there. Continues. Still nothing in the options. I mean, this is a big move for H&R Block. I know tax season is coming up, but this is a big move for H&R Block, HRB. I mean, it's a pretty big float, 182 million in the float. I don't see any, I see a filing on the 26th after hours, so maybe it's all to do with whatever their filing said. Again, I'm not going to read it. All right, guys, Blue Apron could be really interesting. Look at what happened a couple of days ago. It got up to right where it is right now. It got up to a 1019. It's at 1021 right now. Look left. Look at the room it's got. The highs night. Yeah, I mean this has got a ton of room. Blue Apron. Let's see how well it holds over 10, and if it starts to the volume increases still. I mean this could have a great shot into this area here, and that is APRN. All right, I have to put an alert, say, right around here for Blue Apron. What did it hit? The high was 1021, so I'm just going to stick a high at about 1026 and see if it takes it out. Yeah, do you not have... Just a minute. Do you not have trade ideas, Sam? Or, I mean, can't you tell the market's down? Look at the SPY. You know, here are the indices. Yeah, the market's down 500. Apron. Apron, guys. APRN. Well, I'm just going to see what happens here. Apron, it's pretty whippy. AMC halted on the way down. Okay, and this is not shortable for me. All right, it's been pretty whippy, guys. So I've taken some of the APRN out. And I just want to see what happens going forward. Got it right on. I told you guys I was waiting for that break. Understand, I do not tell you what to buy, what to sell, okay? I sort of lay it out, tell you what I'm looking at. If it makes sense to you to do the same thing, so be it. All right, guys. Well, that was a pretty good short for SDC for a while. I mean, look at the alert was at 1562. It got down to 1486. It has popped back up. You know, trade it the way you see fit, but APRN. Thank you. Maybe not as exciting as the you know, the GMEs and all that, but I'll take this any time of the day. Meanwhile, what are you doing? LUMN. What is LUMN doing? This is an IPO, I guess, back here. Lumen Technologies. Okay, so this is, of course, a lifetime high now. All right, well, if you know these WSBers, this is kind of, I sort of been shying away from this one. 5 billion in the float, but they've obviously got a hold of this one now, NOK. Wow. Okay. RHE Real is talking about that. I know it got halted earlier. I believe RHE got halted earlier. Look at all the halts we've got. RGS straight up. RGS straight up. Look at the float. This is going to be probably an extremely whippy one, but keep an eye on Live, LIVE. Very low float, not for the faint of heart. Look what it did yesterday, got up to 36, trying to crawl back here. LUM and keeps going. So this is the don't repeat version of this window. So you can see the first time we had the alert. Oh, shoot. Okay. Okay, I'm all out of the APRN. I'll wait for maybe an 11 break. Meanwhile, LUMN just is severe rippage, severe rippage. All right, apron right back down. Well, it was quick. Next on the hit parade, MPLN, Multiplan Corp. I don't know anything about these guys. I guess they did an IPO back here. Oh no, this is one of the SPACs, I guess. No, it is not a SPAC. H&R Block. Wow, what a move. Look at this 2-minute chart, guys. 2-minute chart, hardly any froth in it whatsoever. One little red candle here, just based, just continues to move higher. I mean, you're chase mode. I mean, there's no real, possibly an entry here, but, you're just chasing it on the 15s. A little bit of a pause here in the 5s. Could be my favorite day. Referring to the fact that my favorite days are the days in which the market gaps down and then recovers for the balance of the day. It doesn't have to be straight up. Okay, I'm watching the NOK. I know it did trigger. It hasn't really moved. So guys, this one from the options play, PBF could be really interesting. I mean, we're extended now, but it's over the whole number, and I'm well as I'm talking about it, it's starting to move. I was just wanted to say, look left here, and it's definitely above that area. So PBF on the move from the options. All right, well, I'm watching PBF right here. What's the float? It's not huge. I'm going to see if Nokia NOK can regain that the 538 or close to it. That was the alert. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. Here are some of the, we didn't get any of these until about 12:30. So we have a couple here. Gonna wait to see if this can get back into this area here. PBF is working. 914, it pulled back, got into it on the pullback. So let's see if it can continue from here. No, it has really, let's see, the resistance area will be probably, you know, the 950s or so. So I don't expect a huge move for it, but yeah, look at Nokia. Okay. Whoa, RVP. Where's Fred? Are you in the room? YouTube feed. Look at RVP. Look at that short float. 31%. 14 million in the float. This is one, if you guys were in the room back on this day, this is the one I was going to swing on this day right here. This is back in December 15th, 2020. And I didn't swing it because it didn't close near the high of the day. And it did all of this. But look at the recovery now for RVP. If you know anything about them, retractable syringes. But look at the short float, 31%. Only 14 million in the float. Guys, I was just talking about live. This is, you know, it can be extremely whippy. Only 1.3 million in the float. Meanwhile, Angie, retailer, looks like it is, yeah, just a pause there, a little bit of a pause on the 2-minute chart, a little bit of pause on the 5, little bottoming tail here, could resume. Let's take a look left. So it's above all these highs, I believe, 1477, 1461. So the next high looking left is 1620. So it's got a shot to get into this area, and that is the ANGI. SDC is looking weaker now, guys. SDC. Let's see if it takes out this low of like 1488. This would have some room to fall. I'm going to stick an alert right there. So I'm assuming you're talking car, potential short. Yeah, way above, I see that, way above the channel. Okay, so PBF is basically kind of where I just bought it, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on this. I was hoping for that pop again. If it doesn't, I'll get out. RGS, was that Regal or Regis Corporation? What a few days it's had. Yeah, I have to admit I don't pay attention to that sort of like the 50 AMA weekly. I don't pay attention to it. And, hey, listen, it may stall it, but I don't pay attention. I only really look at the daily, the 200-day moving average. But yeah, it may stall it. Just going to give it a little more time and see if it pops out of there. Yeah, look at rig. Somebody was mentioning rig. Big put call ratio. When you say do I use it, I know where it is. You know, I do know where it is. All right. Vindication. And I'm not looking for too much, guys, on this one because I think there's pretty decent resistance right around 950. So, okay, well, let's see. So what did I say? This is the resistance area. So we're almost getting right there. 956, just have to, 923, we're above that, 950, and 973. So 956 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Would I ever buy? Yes. All right, I've taken some out of this PBF just in case it cannot get through that 956 level. It was in right here at that 918 level on that pullback. And I've just taken some out right around here, 940. Had a pretty tight stop, so the risk reward was pretty good. Nick, if it's blurry, that's on your end. I think when you get into YouTube, make sure you, I think, pick high definition or something like that, okay? Up your resolution. It shouldn't be blurry. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Wow, look at it go. Guys, here's your alert. 914. I mean, the Nokia did not, you know, it may trigger later on, but look at that. That's a great alert. 914, getting all the way up to 956. That is where I thought it might stall. Now, when you say what am I trading with, I'm using, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so we're using Trade Ideas software to find ideas, and I use Interactive Brokers as my broker. So okay, so Daniel, so we're getting close. It's 10:17, so we're getting close to when I start my spiel, but I'll just, somebody's asked for some of my scans, so I'm just going to put the link in. So Daniel, if you click on my homepage link, I'm putting it in right now, and one of the tabs are my scans, all the scans that I'm sharing. And it's called Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options, okay? So as predicted, it stalled right in that area. Doesn't mean it's going to stall forever. So I'm all out of that. You know, you just always have to be aware. Just keep looking left on these weekly charts, monthly charts. Check to see where the next levels are. It doesn't mean it's going to 100% stall, but it's amazing how many times it does happen. So and another halt, or resume now, I guess, for GME. Okay. Well, that's a pretty good alert, guys. $42 for the pets. You know what? I didn't hear it. I know now why I didn't hear it. See, it happened at 9:35. I did not hear it because I had this was going crazy at the same time. And so, you know, you can only hear one sound alert at a time. So that is probably why I didn't hear that one. But look at this, 42 to 49 for pets. A 18% hit. I'm going to talk about that in just a bit. Okay, look at AAOI. That's a pretty good breakout of a little bit of consolidation on the 2-minute chart for AAOI. And it is a high short float percent, 24%, low float, 21 million in the float. I mean, unfortunately, these things are just sort of straight up on the 15s. You know, they just zoomed higher once the market opened. A little bit of a base on the 5-minute, little bit, and not bad on the 2. So, but again, let's look left. And what do you see? So we're at 1240 right now. So the high right there is 1194. This is below. The high looking left again is 1268. So the next high on that weekly chart is 1268. Now, is it 100% it's going to stall it? Not necessarily, but if you know that's an area, if you were in it, I'd be watching. If it could ever take that out, then look left and has a lot of room, a lot of potential room. And when I say that, I don't mean I don't know if it's going to fill it. All I'm doing is I'm saying it has room. I'm not saying it's going to get there. A lot of other reasons why a stock doesn't keep going up, not just based on chart resistance. the software really works. Well, this PBF, I mean, I'm out of it now, but hey, I mean, if it takes this out, I'll have to reconsider. 990, but I think the 10, I really think 10 is going to block it. That's not too far away. All right, guys, it is a little bit early. Normally I wait till 10:30, but you know, this is too exciting. So, first of all, if you're brand new to this trading room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, and I am live on the mic. I am sharing a lot of scans, but first what I want to do is I'm going to put my home page in. Wow, there's PBF continues, guys. PBF just broke out again. Again, I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. I wish I were. So let me continue. So what I'm doing is I'm putting a link to my home page into the room. PBF, PBF, PBF. Because if you have this one, you know it's saying wow to you over and over and over again. Wow, wow, wow. That's the sound alert I have on it. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, right there. So, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, all in caps here. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So let's just click on the Get Trade Ideas, and I'll show you how much Trade Ideas does cost. Now, before you faint, you know, there are monthly plans. So the big one is the premium annual, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. AI bringing you these trades, okay? Or these alerts. Look at that. Pets, man. Now, you do not have to have an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Just click on that monthly. 118 or 228, you can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. All right, please listen to me very closely. The first month only. Get a lot of emails saying, hey, I signed up, got the discount. How come I'm being charged full price the second month? Discount's only good for the first month. Okay? I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. Just want to continue on here though. Show you what else you can get from my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap every day, what's happened in the trading room. You can sign up for it right here. All the scans that I'm sharing, including the moving higher with unusually strong options, which gave you PBF, gave you Nokia. Nokia did not really budge off the 538, but the PBF is awesome. I mean, it's at $10 now. Wow. But a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. These are the four that I use in the pre-market. The gap up, gap down, pre-market up, pre-market down. These are the four that I use in the pre-market. So here, again, all the scans that I'm sharing. We have a lot of education links right here. And I like to put this one on its own, the 20 short lessons. If you are brand new to Trade Ideas, Brand new to Trade Ideas, you click on the 20 short lessons. So, what is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? Create an alert window. All of the basic features of Trade Ideas, I think, are very simply explained right here. Okay? It's all text-based. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can, of course, click on that so you can see what some of the basic features that we have to offer are. Okay? Daily support session. So we have a YouTube room also. I moderate that at the same time as this main trading room. I moderate it between 9 and 12. From 12 to 1 of the other traders takes over. I think today is Michael Noss, I believe. If he's not busy, I think he'll be in the YouTube room today. And a great opportunity. I'm going to go over, Brokerage Plus and how to set up if you have an Interactive Brokers account. But Michael he's a resident expert, definitely, about using Brokerage Plus and your Interactive Brokers account, and hopefully upcoming TDA and E-Trade. Okay, so you can head over there. I will put the link in just before I take my break at noon. Free trading room, of course, you're already in it. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Today is the one that I attend. It's the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. I help out. This is my long day, as I call it. Educational videos right here, and trading books. We created some ebooks, so you can have a look at them right here. So a lot of information on my homepage. Okay. Yeah, well, Ryan, I don't know. I mean, that'll be between you and your accountant. I do not provide tax advice, something like that. Okay. So look at the stall at 10 for that PBF, guys. Remember that whole number? I always find it very... especially 10, 10 is a psychological number to get through. All right, now I do want to talk about the AI and what it is all about. Well, the scanner, you can create scan. I mean, I don't know how to answer your question exactly, RI. I mean, everything you see here, I mean, if you wanted to swing it later, you could. It's up to you. If it fits your trading style or plan. I mean, look at RVP. I mean, there's no real resistance. So even though these are intraday setups, if if you like what you see, you think it still has room, looking at the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart, then it's up to you if you want to swing it. Okay, so we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. And once the market closes, the AI gets to work on optimizing those strategies. So that's what happened last night when the market closed. And out of the 50, these are the ones that made the cut. And I will repeat myself every day. I don't care which one, I don't care what strategies made the cut. I don't care from what segment of the AI they came from. All I care about is seeing the alerts as they come in. How do I do that? I click on New from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, the Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. I would incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every morning. And when you turn on Trade Ideas, hopefully before the market opens, you just wait for the entries to appear. How you trade them is up to you, okay? Well, you can see we've had, Pets was spectacular. 42, what did it get up to? Got up to 50, my goodness, I mean, it got up to $57, guys, before it pulled back. The SDC, this is still working, actually, 1562. This is a short, but regardless, this is all you do is, you trade them the way you want to. People ask all the time, well, is there a video on how to trade it? How you trade it can be very personal. People will look at the AI in very different ways. I use it as, I mean, when I can pay more attention, I use it as a watch list all day long, tracking the ones that have moved. You know, so sometimes they set up again during the day. Now, the other thing I just want to talk about trade ideas in general, we are a scanning software, okay? It doesn't matter what broker you have. We are a scanning software. We're not a broker. And when I say scanning software, you can set up your own, call them ideas. So this is an idea that I've got. My idea is that I want to see stocks between 1 and 20. Current volume is at least 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this time of the day. Minimum of 400,000 shares, up or down 4%, etc. These are the filters that I have put in place. If the filters are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. Look at Fossil. So this is why I'm saying Fossil, okay? The original alert was at 1614 at 9:57. Well, we have a channel. You can try the channel. I don't have specific swing setups, but as I constantly say, if Fossil ended up trading very well by the end of the day, I mean, it's up to you. Do you want to swing it? Okay, but we have a swing channel. If we click on New Channel Bar, and I think one of them is called Swings. Swing ideas. You can you can click on that and see what sort of ideas are being generated. But any one of these that you're seeing today, even though these are intraday setups, as I constantly say, I mean, if a stock trades well and it closes, well, and there's no more resistance on the chart, that's up to you if you want to hold it and swing it. Okay? To me, a good swing setup is a stock which can keep moving without any chart resistance. So you saw what I did here. This is how I set mine up. You, of course, now I'm sharing all these scans, all right? If you click on my homepage, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. You, of course, can set up your own idea of what you want to see. We have a lot of alerts, different alerts. I mean, I'm a guy, I'm somebody who likes to see stocks making new highs or new lows. I'm more of a momentum trader. But, if you have a different idea, you want to pay pullbacks and things like that, we've got all sorts of different alerts. We've got a lot of filters, a lot of filters. I'm not going to go over them all, of course. Bottom line is that you don't have to learn a programming language to use trade ideas. You can kind of hopefully we've got enough alerts and filters to pick from, so you can kind of put together your own idea of what you want to see. I know I was talking about AAOI just a little while ago, and okay, so this is a new SPAC, HCAQ. Let me get that. I'm going to add that to our SPAC list. HCAQ. Okay, I'm going to add it to the SPAC list. Okay, so I just want to hammer the point home. It doesn't matter what broker you've got, you can use trade ideas. We get the question all the time. Well, I have this broker, can I use trade ideas? We're a scanner, so you can use any broker you want. However, we do happen to have a linking tool. External linking tool, okay? So we link with many brokerage platforms. All linking does is this. If I can establish a link, then instead of when I click on, say, RVP, of course it loads here, but it'll also load into your brokerage platform. From there, you can trade it. So why is that nice? Well, if you're like me, clicking on alerts all day long, it's nice so that I can click on it and it automatically loads rather than my having to type it into the order entry all day long. Okay, so it's a time saver. It is a time saver. That's what it is. Now, we also have a relationship with Interactive Brokers. I'm going to talk about that. Yeah, so Ben, on my 2-minute chart, it's not how many days. The orange is the 8 EMA, and the blue is the 20 SMA. These are Bollinger Bands up here. Oh, I'm missing out. I'm missing out on this one, but probably. Okay, so it's not how many days. It's, you know, this is just I have the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA in all my charts. So, the special arrangement we have with Interactive Brokers. So remember I was saying that you can use, oh man, EXPR guys, look at the alert. This is gold. This is gold. 819, 847 now. So, what you see right here is going to drive me crazy not being in it. What you see, and it just got halted. What you see right here is what we call Brokerage Plus. Only available if you're using our app. You cannot, it's not accessible from the web-based version. And if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can then actually use this window. You connect to your Interactive Brokers account by clicking on Live. And you have to watch that video. It's going to show you how you would do all that. And then you can actually use this window right there to trade. Not mandatory, okay? It's there if you want to. So why would you want to do that? Well, again, if you watch the video, let's say I click on EXPR and I check the chart. I say, yes, I want to trade it. I go back, right click, hover over Trade EXPR. Just give me a moment here. I've got to connect to the simulator. So go right back, trade, and you notice I've got these buying and shorting options to choose from. It's what we call one-click trading. So you set these up ahead of time. And again, watching that video shows you how to do this. And so you just pick how you want to trade it. All right? Just pick how you want to trade it. It's what we call one-click trading. So that is one reason why you might want to use this brokerage. But it's not mandatory. Not mandatory at all. Okay? Look at Fossil. Look at Fossil on the run here. FOSL. So the other huge use of this window, though, is as a simulator, paper trader. So I plead with you, if you're new to trading, do not commit money to the market until you have practiced trading. I know the temptation when you see all these moves and you want to hop in right away because it's so exciting. Don't do it, okay? Practice trading first. We have a simulator. You just click on Sim. And it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. It's using our real-time data. Okay? Using our real-time data. I'm going to show you how it works. Give me a moment here. Okay, watching this SOS. SOS came into the options. Interesting. Yesterday we didn't get one option alert until about 12:30, so we're getting some earlier ones today. Again, up to you if you take them, guys. Don't let I'm not going to say, okay, guys, everybody should be in SOS right now. Okay, it's up to you. So I want to show you how you can use the simulator. Let's just say you wanted to take costs here, but that's too much of a pullback. Okay, let's say we wanted to take iHeart, IHRT, okay? We don't want to take it right now. We want to take it on a pullback. So let's just say we want to take it right here around 1514, okay? You see the chart? Look at that 2 minute. So if it pulled back to 1514, I'd like to take the trade. So you pick how many shares you want to trade. Let's go 300. I'm going to put 1514 a couple of times. All right, and I click on buy. Look what happens. A blue line shows up on the chart. So if IHRT moves back down to 1514, it'll take the trade. Well, it's real time. It's real time. We don't have level 2, but it's real time data. Yes. Give me a moment here. Okay, so that is one way to do it. Okay, you could also have done it another way. If you had thought, well, you know what, I want to take it higher if it breaks a certain resistance level. So of course, instead of putting the price, these two prices lower than the current price, you could have put them higher than the current price. You know, so that you would have seen a blue line higher. Okay, so that is one way to use it. Now, of course, if you want to take a trade immediately, I mean, obviously, I'd be chasing this, okay? So I'm just trying to find something that wouldn't be quite chase mode. Boy, this is on fire today, guys. I mean, you know, I mean, again, these are not necessarily like long-term holds, but I mean, you have to, I mean, look at the LCI 1026. What is it doing right now? This is definitely a winning window today. Just one moment, please. All right, listen, I'm just going to take the LCI trade right now, okay? Just to show you how you can do it. So what's the spread? The spread is, you know, it's not bad. So I'm going to go in at the market. I'll buy 300 shares. You'll see it just shows up right here. Okay? Now, we always talk about stops. When you get into a trade, you have to know if a trade doesn't work out for you, you have to know where you're going to get out. And it's not a matter of saying, well, you know, I'm going to risk 10 cents every trade, 20 cents every trade. It has to be based on something like, you know, if you look at a chart, and again, this will come with some experience. You look at a chart and you see what you think is maybe a support area, so that if it broke down through that, you should be out of the trade. All right. And I'm going to show you how you can share size. If, you know, again, it's not a situation where, well, I'm going to take 500 shares every trade, 300 shares every trade. Your share size will be dependent on how much you're willing to risk on the trade in a dollar amount. So, for instance, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So I like to make the math simple. Let's just say based on your account size, you could risk $100 a trade. You get into a trade, it doesn't work, it's not working for you. The most you want to lose on the trade is $100. So the first thing, when you get into the trade, you have to know where you're going to get out if it moves against you, okay? So I'm going to put the stop at 10. I got into this trade at 1034 just to make the math easy, and this actually wouldn't be terrible. I'm going to put the stop at 1014. I'm going to show you why. So you add the stop order, 1014. Okay, add it, and you'll see it'll show up right in the chart. So if LCI goes down to 1014, you'll be taken out for a $58 loss. Why did I pick 1014? Just to make the math simple. We got in at 1034. We have a 20-cent stop based on 1014. So if you're willing to risk $100 on the trade, if you take $100, you divide that by 20 cents, you get 500 shares. That's how many shares you could have taken. Or the other way, 500 shares times a 20-cent stop equals $100. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. So I mean, it's so important to have a stop. All the trades are not going to work. And I'll hammer it home again. So you've listened to me and you've said, okay, I get what he's saying. I should have a stop. And so you put your stop at 1014. But you've heard great things about this stock. Tremendous things. This is going to the moon, right? No resistance. I read something on Twitter that, they're doing this and that. So I love the setup, so I'm going to hold on. Starts to move down towards your stop price. And all those little noises in your head are saying, well, that can't be, because I know this stock is going higher. So obviously my stop is not right. I better move it down. So you move your stop down to an area that maybe now you're losing $150 if it hit it. Stock keeps moving down. You see where I'm going. Now you're down $200. Now you're down $300 because you will not obey your stop. And eventually you get out, and instead of that $100 loss, you're maybe down $500. So if that's you, and we've all been that person when we start out, this is a tremendous way to remove emotions from your trade. You put your stop in, and you let the system take you out, and then you just move on. Okay? Yeah, so watch that video. Okay, I have a guy, and the video covers all of it. I'm just going to give you the video link. Okay, SP. Well, but the other thing is, you don't need to use Interactive Brokers. Use our sim. Don't go to Interactive Brokers paper trading. Okay, the sim doesn't matter what broker you've got. Simulation mode. It's using our real-time data. So don't complicate it. Just click on sim, and then you're in simulation mode. Okay, SP? Well, guys, I don't know what else to say. I mean, SOS has turned out to me. Remember, I took a little pause. I am in this one. I was not able to get into MDP or LCI. They actually moved down, but I was able to get into the SOS at 263, and we are now big area, might stall near that 3. Look left. I mean, I'm going to take some out for sure before it gets up to 3. Just took some, well, wait a minute. All right, so just out some at 290. Not yet. We're hoping to add TD. Don't ask me when. We're hoping to add TDA and E-Trade as one of the other ones you can use in conjunction with Brokerage Plus. But please don't ask me when. I don't know. Where to check the price where it halted? Well, your broker. Your broker will have, typically when a stock is halted, you'll have your time in sales or something like that, and it'll show the price that it's halted at. I mean, we've got our halts resumes, of course, which is going to show the price that it's halted at, but it's one of the scans I'm sharing. So the question was, from our YouTube feed, why all traders need to use a Windows system. Yeah, we don't have a Mac version. We never will. However, there are some ways in which if you have a Mac, you can use our program. And I'll pop this into the both rooms, the main room and also our YouTube room. So if you're willing, and a lot of, that we have a lot of people at Trade Ideas who have Macs, and what they do is they use an emulation program like Parallels. Okay, so if you're willing to do that, then you can, then you can use any PC-based program. Of course, we do have a web-based version. It is somewhat limited. You will not have Brokerage Plus if that's of interest to you. Otherwise, if you don't care about having this, then the web-based version is very, very close to the app. And the other way you can use it, if you're like at Amazon Web Services, something like that. So there are ways as a Mac user how you can use it. But we do not have a Mac, and we never will. Okay, we just never will. We're trying to improve the web-based version, so it will be kind of irrelevant. Whew. And we just get halted. So this one just got halted. No, this is an IPO, guys. So this is obviously a China IPO. TIRX just got halted. Man. What do I think of PRTS? Well, a great day yesterday. I know that was an AI alert yesterday, I believe. Yes. Well, it's chopping around. I mean, it's still one of those ones. What was the high yesterday? 2085. I guess if it breaks out, it might have a second day. I mean, this is an all-time high right here. But if you're asking me, should you buy it? I'm not going to say that. But I'd be watching it to see how it holds today, and then maybe tomorrow, if it takes out those highs of yesterday, it could have a continuation day. Meanwhile, guys, even Nokia is starting to come back. So that's like yesterday's CASA. That's like yesterday's. What was it? Easy something or other. I don't recommend anything, Nick. Okay, I'm asked if I recommend. I don't recommend anything. I'm not a financial advisor, and I'm not trying to be mean. It's just that that's part. When you click on to get into the room, there's a big disclaimer. So I cannot recommend. It doesn't interest me. It's too low price for me, but. And right now, MJ, the cannabis index is down, so it's popped back up again. Okay, but it's just something I don't look at stocks under $1, so I am the wrong person. All right, guys, give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back, and I'm actually pretty bummed out right now by not being in this EXPR trade from 819. You know, wow. This one I'm a little wary of, the Red Hill RDHL. I know there's some, just look left, there is some resistance right around 10. So I'm a little bit leery of that one. Okay, guys, so remember what I was saying about the LCI? And I put a stop here. I was actually hoping this is in the simulator. It got stopped out. See, it got down to that price and it stopped out. So, you know, very unemotional. You just let the system do it. Now it has come right back. So I guess my point is that you can get into a trade and the setup looks excellent and you think, great, but you can get stopped out. Doesn't mean but it may set up later on. You know, you'd never know I mean, the market's putting in a nice recovery, but I mean, I've just seen so many, especially retail sector. No, look at CVM here. Somebody mentioned CVM. Yeah, CVM also. What a pop here. Haven't seen this one for a while. Coming right into that 1670 mark, so it's a little bit above it. And then looking left, 1710. So there's some resistance not that far away for CVM. Super choppy weekly chart. Look at Fossil, guys. Wow. You know, a little pullback here, and just continues. Yes, and all that chaos. You're exactly right, Chris. This is AWH. Just continues. It's, I had a great day yesterday. Continuation. Look at Nokia now. Even Nokia has come right back. I'm not sure I'm going to take it, but okay, no. Okay, so let me take a closer look at LCI. Okay, LCL, the high is 1034. Well, Nokia, so much in the float. 5 billion in the float. It's going to take a bunch. I mean, it's moved it nicely, but I don't know how much more dynamic it can be. Okay, so this Meredith MDP from the abnormal options, looking left 2647. So this has room looking on the weekly chart. Yeah, so this has some room, guys. Yeah, so the MDP. So when I say that, I'm not saying, okay, Barry said it has some room, so take the trade. No, I'm just saying that if it meets, the style of trading that you like, that you want, your trading plan, whatever you want to call it, you just look left and you can see, well, it's got some room. Yeah. Well, there's Nokia. I may be completely wrong. I know this is a WSB, or I get it, but Yeah, the retail sector was the hot sector right from the get-go. You know, even in a pre-market when most sectors were down, XRT was up. So all like the retail sector has been just screaming higher. And even oil, even now oil or the energy sector. So if I looking at my spider sector list, you see I've got OIH and XOP. XLE probably isn't too far behind. XLE is a little, but these are two ETFs, energy sector ETFs, OIH and XOP, and then of course XRT is the energy sector. It's not the energy sector, it's the retail sector ETF. Everything else is down. Okay, one moment, please. Yeah, this is the one I was talking about yesterday, or trying to remember yesterday, the EZGO, another China IPO. This was a $4 one, $4 or $5 one. So I mean, it looked great, but I mean, it is dropping. And then the other one that just came out. I guess this is TIRX. So very low float, crazy, valuation, to do the IPO at 4, but there it is. Yeah, so your question, Nick, I mean TDA, TD Ameritrade, E-Trade, I mean in theory these are zero commission brokers, okay? IB just charge a pittance, half a cent a share, but oh, read it and weep. 819, 970. Now, granted, it did have that bottoming tail, I guess. No, I'm wrong. The alert was here. I don't know why I'm seeing that candle here. Oh no, you're right. You're right. I'm talking to myself. The alert was here, pulled back, and then zoomed. And remember, EXPR was an AI alert here 2 days ago at 3:21. They exited at 4:06. Had a down day yesterday, but look at this. The moves that we're seeing, you'd think the market was up 2,000 points. I mean, the moves that we're seeing in these, but it's so sector related. I mean, ugh. I'll get my marks here for my video later on. Yeah, so Nick, I just concentrate on really, and if you're new to trading, it's overwhelming. I get it. Practice first, okay? Practice. Use our simulator, practice trading. But I mean, this is a very manageable number of stocks, okay, that I look at. These are giving me ideas, yes, but, when I get my options here, and it's one of the scans I'm sharing. And these are just ideas, okay? This is not, I get an alert, take the trade. Well, I guess was I wrong about the CVM? Yes, I guess I was, I guess that wasn't resistance for CVM. Man, another low float situation. So again, Nick, if you're new to trading, yeah, it's going to look overwhelming to you. You have to understand how to read charts. Some setups are going to look better than others. Saw Jill this morning too. Yeah, that moved the same day that EXPR moved. You see, it had that move. In fact, it looks just like it, doesn't it? Doesn't it look just like the EXPR? EXPR had the green day, had the red day yesterday, and now it's doing this. Jill is lagging a little bit behind. Very low float. How much is in the float for EXPR? Now, it's interesting because this is a much bigger float, and yet look what it's done compared to Jill. But I think, obviously EXPR is better, in theory, better financial shape. But just to give you an idea, Nick, I've only traded 3 times today. So, I traded Apron, PBF, and then the SOS. I traded out of my BlackBerry this morning. Yeah, I can share my layout, but I would also encourage you to take a look at my homepage, and maybe you want to maybe pick and choose the scans that you want, Selva. Okay, I think that might be a better idea. If you click on my homepage, and then click here for the scans. Okay, and here are all the scans that I'm sharing. So you can see the basic new highs and lows are here. You don't see this one. I'm not displaying this one. It's on another monitor. But I would really recommend the moving higher with unusually strong options. All right, we have a red bar now, guys. So that 1, 2, 3, 4, we had about an hour and 15 minutes of the market kind of in mini recovery mode. But now we're getting maybe a bit of an ominous red candle. Yeah, so basically a margin account allows you to leverage. So if you had, $25,000 in your account, you should really look this up though on your own, get a full explanation. But, just the Reader's Digest version, if you had $25,000 in your account, some brokerage firms will allow you, say, 3 or 4 or 5, one margin, so that in theory you have access intraday to that multiple. So let's say it was 4-to-1, you had 25,000, you have access to $100,000. If you're new to trading, don't get too involved with margin. I see it. I see it's going. Nokia. Yeah, it won't work pre-market because it has a relative volume filter in it. You want to use things in the pre-market. If you go to my website, okay, take a look at the gap up, gap down, and pre-market up, pre-market down, those 4 scans. It won't work in the pre-market because it has a relative volume filter in it. And if you have the relative volume filter in your scan, you will get no data in the pre-market. Okay? The gap up and gap down will give you virtually the same type of look though, because stocks making new highs and new lows. Holy, is this one of the WSVers? I didn't think it was. I don't. I mean, it's got a short float of 13%, but it is not super low. This is just absolutely. Yeah, Michael, we don't talk about how much money we make. Okay, nobody really cares. I'm not trying to be a little bit blunt about that. Okay. And you know that. You've been in this room before. You know that. Yeah, so Nick, I don't know. You'd have to contact them. I know what you're talking about, the pattern day trading rules, PDT. I'm in Canada. They don't. We don't have that rule here. Well, I don't know what to say. 819, 1228. This is just absolutely just cruising higher here. No, I didn't get it because I was distracted a little bit. I got the SOS and I was explaining some stuff and I missed it. I mean, this is like retail fever. I mean, look at Fossil. I mean, this is what an unbelievable move. Guys, I'm gonna give you this one, okay? I mean, it's so simple. I created it last night. It's very simple. The short floats. So the premise is a high short float percent. Okay, I think I put my minimum of, I don't know, 15 or 20%, something like that. I'm going to give this to you. You want to use it, go ahead. It's just zeroing in on stocks that have high short float percents. You know, there are other filters in place. You can change the price range if you want. And right now I've sorted it on the position in the day's range, so I'm seeing the stocks right at the highs of the day. Look at EBIX. Man. What a morning. I think SRNE is not a, actually it is. Look at that short float percent. We're in short float percent. Look at Nokia. Well, I'm out. I didn't take it. I guess I should have. Wow. Wow. So guys, I mean, if you just wanted something to concentrate all day long, I mean, you know, yesterday we didn't get any alerts in here until I think 12:30. But if you want a finite number of stocks to concentrate all day long, and you know, even my watch list, you know, then it doesn't get so overwhelming. All right, guys. Well, what a morning. All right, so I'm going to put an alert. I'm going to put an alert right around here, 24:39 for MDP. See if it takes it out a little bit later. Remember I was saying about the RDHL? I didn't like it that much, even though it's from the options, just because it looked like there's too much resistance around 10. So I didn't like it that much. So that's, you know, all I'm saying really is just because you get an alert doesn't mean you hop into the trade. Analyze the charts. See what's happening. You see something like EXPR, there's no resistance. You know, I mean, there's just no resistance. So now this one came in yesterday to TTOO. Took a while. It did finally move. This came in the options play also. Big drop. I think they had some kind of a. There was a reason. I'm trying to remember. Maybe a downgrade, but there was a big drop after hours. LCI guys, LCI, great alert also 1026 1026 1065 now for LCI. Not in the not a retailer. Well, I wish you luck, William. 300, so it's at 360 now. Okay. Okay, so EXPR, it halted on the way down, but it actually popped a little bit. So again, here's the LCI. There's the alert, 1026, 1063 now. So again, why do I do it like this? So you'll notice I've got, this is what I'm sharing with you guys. This is just the don't repeat version. I like to do this because I can then go back and say, okay, there was the first time it was alerted. What did it do from then? Same thing with these ones, the don't repeat. You know, you got the alert at 9:14, at 10:05. What did it do? Well, obviously it was excellent. You know, the EXPR at 8:19. You know, it did pull back, I think, a bit, but then it just zoomed higher. SOS 263. So you can kind of, you just have to go back. You know, that was a quick trade for me. Got up to 3. Here's why I'm watching the MDP 2426. It is, and it was getting really close. But that's why I like to have the don't repeat. This one will just show you every time it makes a new high. Whoa, okay. And there's Kodak, guys. Kodak. I mean, this has been a little bit choppy, but KODK. Am I watching Vizzle? Probably not. It was a long time ago. Let's see. Yeah, choppy. I think I have my alert set up here for some reason. Oh yeah, the high of this right there. I don't know, but it certainly is. This is still it's still a volatility halt. H. McDuck. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, look at GoPro. Even GoPro straight the heck up. Nice break on the daily. Nice break on the daily. Nice break on the weekly. Yeah, cost is another one. It's a WSB or with that low float or high float, sorry. Exactly. You know, there are some emotions right now that. Okay, guys, this MDP is getting me interested again. EXPR just made another new high, so it got halted on the way down, and you know, who cares, right? Well, I mean, it's not an excessive short float percent. 13%. It's not as crazy as some of the other ones, but how you stay sane is not to not get upset like I am very upset for not being an EXPR. Okay. But seriously, you just have to move on, because guess what? Tomorrow is another day, or in the next 10 minutes is you don't know what's going to happen. Nah, it won't. There's just so much going on. I mean, with Trade Ideas, shameless plug for the program, but I mean, we're always able. Look, I mean, we've had some excessive moves, of course, over the last couple of weeks, but we're always able to find movers. All right. No, you see, ultra cool. I mean, that's the crazy thing. Just because the stock is up 200%, we've seen these crazy moves. Yeah, the stock's up 200%. At the end of the day, it's up 500%. If it bases, I have no problem. If it bases and gives me an entry, I have no problem. It is interesting to know what actually they did. CVM. I don't think it's a virus play. So when you say restricting, you mean you cannot buy it? They've actually restricted buying it? Is that what you mean? Okay, well yeah, but that's very different, of course, from not being able to buy it. There's another one. I mean, look at these moves. So Martin, an out and out buy. You could not buy, even if you wanted to buy one share, you could not buy it. Well, Malcolm, a lot of what I do, I mean, I'm looking at, the 5 minute, 2, and the 15. But so to sort of see if I can get some kind of an entry, usually it's more like the 5 though. But as always though, because I'm a momentum trader, most of the things I see are already at a high of the day. So that's why then I'm looking left to see, okay, what sort of room on the monthly, daily, and weekly chart do they have? Ah, well, too bad for me. Nokia. Look at that move. This is a huge move on that candle, guys, with 5.6 billion shares in the float. All right, so my main focus right now is on this MDP to see if it takes out, that 47 level, I guess, right up here. If it does, it has room. It just has some room looking left. Oh yeah, we've seen, well, maybe not the GME type moves, And maybe not so many at the same time, but you know, we've seen moves like this. I mean, I will admit this is a little more dramatic, but oh wow, I cannot believe I'm not in the NOK after that. I just did not think it would move with that float. 375 million shares have traded. All right, Darius, I'll give you a link to the main room. Yes. Okay. All right, guys. Yeah. So yeah, Michael did confirm that he will be in our YouTube room at noon. So if you are interested in using Brokerage Plus and you have an Interactive Brokers account or hopefully the upcoming TDA or E-Trade, and you want to ask him about certain strategies, if you want to ask him about auto trading, things like that, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. He's definitely our expert. Meanwhile, PBF is just running away. Look at Nokia. I am. This is. I'm going to tell you. This is the move that's as stunning me more than anything else. Just because of that float. No, you don't even need that one. I would just, to be honest, I would just use this one. Okay. I mean, the options play magic gives you more alerts. I get it, but I like to concentrate on fewer. I know it's got a huge float. I mean, and that's why I'm amazed that it is moved as it did. Look at this candle. I mean, but this is WSB, or I mean, this is if you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. WSB, Wall Street Bets. This is this group. No, well, there's Visl, VISL. Okay, what did it do? It just took this out. I haven't really even looked at my watch list. Kodak, 1278, 1383. Of course, this is I don't know why they're so involved in this one when it has no. It has a very short float percent. I'm not sure I understand this. Typically, they're going after the ones with big short floats percents. I mean, I'm kind of spending. In fact, nope, just got halted. NOK just got halted. So for those of you who are looking for potential swings, I mean, this RVP is interesting. You know, you have to be aware that they do have a very low float, 14 million, high short float percent. So a lot of people betting this is going down. But you know, this is this is an all-time high up here, and it looks, you know, tried to break out yesterday, continuation today. You know, if you're going to take this one though, you know, you'd have to, you know, your stop would probably have to be way down here around 13ish. Well, I wish because of me I bought it. I'm going to continue to watch this MDP though. I'm going to be stubborn about this one. Continue to watch it. It may not be as dynamic as the rest, but meanwhile, look at PBF. Look at PBF. A refresher. Now I was in this one, but I exited in this area here. Over 10 now. Yeah, well, that was one of the ones that they got a hold of. Bed Bath and Beyond, yes. All right, so the CVM got halted. It pulled back, but it is still alive and kicking. What's the spread like in this thing? 31.90, 31.99. Actually, not a bad spread. I'm afraid to look at Vizzle. Yep. Well, guys, I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon. I cannot get in anything now. I mentioned AAOI a while back, probably about, I don't know, what, $10 back. Kind of kidding, but Just a minute, please. And Nokia, just holy Santa Maria. Look at this, guys. It gapped up like an incredible number. It's halted again. Well, I hope that person who said they took Nokia because of me, they're still in it. It's a stunning move. It is a stunning move by Nokia. Because of this float, exactly, Ron, because of the float. Oh, just one moment, please. Okay. Oh, here's another one. LLNW. Look at these moves, guys. Look at these moves. Straight up on the 15s. Through the 200-day moving average now for LLNW. All right, so CVM just resumed on the way up. It got halted, but yeah, and Ericsson, yes, Ericsson is doing the same sort of thing as Nokia, as somebody mentioned. Another, it's not quite the same float. I mean, half the float of Nokia, but look at it. Boy, these are all, sleepy old stocks. I used to watch, it actually has earnings pre-market. That's, tomorrow's the 28th. So Friday before the market opens, they have earnings, Ericsson. Yeah, it's got $5 billion in the float. Yeah. Over. $5.6 billion in the float. Well, if you look at right now, it's hard to know. 1480, 1485. So, well, it looks like it's going up. You know, I'm looking at the bid ask right now, 1480, 1485. That's, you know, doesn't have to hold there, but and it just and fossil just got halted on the way down. What? Things actually go down? I don't want to look at rig because I know it's done some crazy move. Big float also, 579 million in the float. Okay, so Nokia opened and it is now moving down for a bit. And just got halted again on the way down. So I did not get it. No, no. I passed on it. I thought that float was going to be too big for it to move the way it did, and I was obviously wrong. You know, there was the alert at 5:38. It was the first alert of the day in the options. I'm just trying to look to see if there's some specific news for rig. I don't see it. So that's too political, real. All right, Eric just opened, and it opened higher. Now, real, that's very political. So look at the market, guys. So we had that little pop, not little pop. We had about an hour's worth, and then now we're going to have an hour's worth down. Eric. Anybody named Eric in the room? I'm calling you. Well, no, the entire market is not bullish. We've got this. We've had energy. You know, we have energy is at the top right there, and we've got retail. Everything else is down. So it's certainly not the entire market. What we're seeing are certain stocks in the retail sector are just going crazy. And then, you know, other certain stocks, but certainly not the entire market. No. Look, everything yellow means that these are all some of the main sector ETFs. If it's yellow, it means it's down for the day. And as I said, the only ones up, these are 3 energy ETFs. And then retail's been up all day. XRT has been up all day. Other than that, everything is down. Well, you can tell. I mean, the market's down 390 here. SPY's down 67. Tech is down. So no. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're showing you all the hot stocks. So I was kidding before. I said it feels like the market's up 1,000%. But on the other side, I'm just disregarding all these. I'm getting a lot of momentum down stocks too. I'm just disregarding them. All right, I'm anticipating Michael will be in the room very soon. So I am going to put my announcement in that I'll be taking my break. Give my head a rest. So I'll be back around 12:30, and I'll put the YouTube link in again for those of you interested in things like using this Brokerage Plus window with, say, your Interactive Brokers account or setting up auto trading, things like that. Michael will be in the YouTube feed room for between 12 and 1, so I'll put that link in again if you want to head over there while I'm on break. My break is only half an hour, and then I'm right back at it. I'm assuming you are short, Ms. Squirrel. So they've both dropped, Eric and Nokia. All right, so I'm going to forget about the MDP. See, that's why I waited, and I waited. I have those blue lines up here. Those are my price alerts right up here. Did not trigger, so, did not try to anticipate. Now, it may happen later on, but if it doesn't, I just move on. And I'm talking about the MDP. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what Bitcoin's doing. Haven't had a chance to look. GBTC. Yeah, kind of choppy. I mean, it's down for the day, so nothing for me. Yeah, look at Geo also. Geo definitely recovered. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Michael to show up in the YouTube room. More halts, more halts. EXPR. Okay, now these are being halt. Now we're getting the halts, of course, on the way down. CVM. Actually, CVM is holding. CVM is actually holding. Let's put an alert right up here, the high, and see if it takes that out at some point. Well, like right then, it just took it out. I mean, even KOS is holding. KOSS. Not shortable for me anyway. AMC not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so cannot even entertain that. Well, okay, this one just is popping up here. Look at the volume coming into ADT. And let's see, what sort of room does it have? It has a little bit of room to the 11 mark. You know, I'm looking at that weekly high. That's 1109, so it's got a little bit of room, not a lot of room. But ADT is just popping in. Streaming? Okay, Michael, I will stop right now. Okay, so Michael is in the YouTube room, guys. So you want to head over there while I'm on a break. And I'm just going to stop the YouTube stream.
All right, guys. Let me know if you can hear me. You should be able to hear. Let me. All right, that seems to work. And let's just switch over to right here. So there we go. So yeah, again, if you guys are new here, what we do is we give, we give Barry a much needed little break. We open up for questions, live support, questions about trading, questions about trade ideas. Away we go. Oh, here I am, says Sean. So feel free to ask any questions as things go. Oh, GME get halted again? Yeah. Again. John C. Canada. Canadian myself. Yes, you can auto trade your RSP. You just need to know all of the rules with RSP trading, right? So you can't short an RSP account. You can't, trade RSP accounts, or you can't use margin. Things like that. So just make sure you know the rules on opening those accounts. But any account that you can open up through Trader Workstation, you can hook that to Brokerage Plus and then trade. All right, it's all set up, but I'm getting error messages. Works fine in cash and margin account. Well, I would go to IB and ask them what those error messages mean. Do you have an example of one? We can take a look. So if you have an example of an error message, we can take a look at it there. Yeah, contact IB. If you have an error of if you have a example of an error message, just let me know and I can see what it is. 9 times out of 10, it's going to be, now if you're Canadian, right, you need to convert that money into US dollars. Other than that, it's seeing what beta, what plan is, what your data plan is. All right, next question. I'm patiently waiting for Brokerage Plus. Connect to E-Trade. Opened a IBKR account, but it was a lot of trouble. Shouldn't be any different, really, than opening the other one. So what you're looking at here on the screen is I'm actually connected to E-Trade, Interactive Brokers, and TD Ameritrade. It's kind of cut off there because I have this privacy enabled. And we're crushing bugs at this point. So, it's better to have it delayed than to want to trade it right now. Imagine if we released it and it didn't update stop losses or positions didn't work or anything like that, right? That would obviously be way worse. What's my favorite trading strategy? Well, I'm an algo trader, so I trade by building and back testing scenarios, and then trying to figure out under which scenarios those strategies work best, and the which strategies work best, and then I refine them down. So I have a pretty systematic process on everything, but it has to do a lot with kind of building my own type of thing. So question about the StockTwits relative activity filter. So I'll let you know now that is going to be going away kind of entirely. There was StockTwits made some changes to their back end that kind of cut us off. So we've just decided to kill that filter. Now, for those using that filter, what I'll say is I've done, before we decide this, really high statistical test. And there's never been a time where the StockTwits relative volume has been high and the normal relative volume, just talking about relative shares traded, has been high or been low. So I would switch just to relative volume and you'll get about the same results on most of your scans. So yeah, so it was a technical issue, right? They changed how something worked, and it would take a whole bunch of time and energy away from things like building out Brokerage Plus integrations and things like that to update it and keep it up. And we looked at how many users were using it, and then again that statistical study of that StockTwits relative volume and relative share volume was almost perfectly correlated. So we just kind of said, okay, let's spend our time building out Brokerage Plus integrations and improvements to the software and things like that, as opposed to kind of re-hooking up that pipe. Oops, I'm popping up the wrong thing. Hey Sam. Oh, thanks for the compliment. I'll actually share that video I made last night because it's timely. I made a video last night about short interest and what a short squeeze is and how a short squeeze works, and then also how you can use trade ideas to scan for short squeezes. And I've got a sample scan, which is just the A table, if you guys know what that is. So you can give that a shot if you're if you know what the if you know what the short float is, then I would just kind of, or short squeeze is, then I would just kind of skip over it. Do we have the slingshot strategy? Not too sure what that is. So you may need to email support in for that. I don't think that's one of mine. Are there stocks you're very bullish on based on the due diligence? It's not really how I operate myself. I more trade of, I will build in a scenario, right? A scenario of, something to the effect of the, you know, this moving average crosses this moving average, or, trying to build something of things are congesting and now they'll move. And I've got a series of these algos that I've built over the years. And then I kind of test them and try to figure out which ones are going to work in this market and then wait for those to alert me. So I'm not really one that I do due diligence or whatever on a stock. I just mainly work on, it's less for me about each individual trade and more about the process, because I figure the process will work out from there. Hey, Mike C. Good. Yeah, it's a good day. I know you're commenting on my P&L there. It's a good day for me. Most of it's coming from this one, INO, which I picked up yesterday at 10:35, and it's just kind of rocketing here today. Ignore the indicators on these charts. I don't use them much. I'm just kind of testing out some things for now. What is the window pack leaders? Where are you seeing that window? in one of the channels? If so, just tell me what channel and I'll take a look at it and tell you what it's doing. I do the same. Also due diligence. Yeah, and that's there's people who add a step to algo trading and they want to actually know about the stocks. I'm more of a pure price action kind of dude. Myself, I just want to take the trades based off what I see. I may take a look at like their profile and find out what industry, but that will kind of be the end of it. I try to avoid news and I try to avoid fundamentals because they just don't help my personal process kind of thing. The Again, not to knock your process if it includes that stuff. For me, I trade. Well, you can see these are all live trades. Any of the big ones are my trade. Any of the small ones are me testing E-Trade and Thinkorswim. But I test. I'm trading so much that each individual trade doesn't exactly matter to me, right? So I don't do a whole lot of due diligence on top of that. Do you stop loss often? Yes. Every trade always has a stop loss. I'm a swing trader myself. So I'm not really focusing too much. I need to have a stop loss with all these positions, right? I can't watch all these. They have to be auto traded and automatically managed. Wondering, do I buy options? Very rarely do I buy options. Mostly I'll buy options if the stock is hard to short, or as we were talking about earlier, if I'm trading my retirement account and I'm not allowed to short, then I want to short that as well. Trader's Vault is where you're seeing the pack leaders. Okay, let's go to then. First, hold on 1 second. I'm just going to save the layout the way it is to the cloud so I can get back here. So it's in the Trader's Vault. So if anyone doesn't know what the Trader's Vault is basically where we kind of all dump our favorite scans. And by we, I mean the traders within Trade Ideas. So Jamie, Steve, Andy, myself, here's pack leaders. So let me take a look at this and see what it's doing and what it's looking for. Position lifetime range 100. So this is looking for stocks making new all-time highs. Yeah. Minimum market cap, avoiding ETFs. So yeah, I think this is Sean's actually who looks for new all-time highs. So that's what this is, a stock making a high that it's kind of never made before. Oh, no problem. Again, if there's any of those that you need as well, let me know. How do I set up my stop loss? So again, these are all auto traded. So when INO was purchased, right, the stop loss was just set right here. So in every strategy I have, let's grab, this is one that I'm testing with E-Trade right now, just something that I built, right? It's, again, we're testing it, so it only buys $100 per trade. But for risk management, I just put above low on this one. But you could say I want $1 stop loss and say I want to put $3 per trade. You can do percent filter, right? You can do 15% per trade, whatever you want. And then this will then become an algo that you can either put yourself or right click. Now, if you want to put in a stop loss yourself, all you'll do is Let's just take a position I don't care about, PPL. So say I want to put a stop loss out here for PPL at 27 bucks. Well, the price for the stop I want to be market because, right, I want it to be a market order when it gets hit. And then stop price, I just type in 27 bucks. And then it would send out a stop loss. Now, if I want it to be a stop limit, say I wanted it to send out a stop order when it hit $27, but then I wanted to put a limit of that out at 26. So, right, if you can't get filled anywhere between 27 and 26, don't get filled. Then you can go from there. I hope that worked for the stop loss. Again, feel free to ask away. We're here for an hour, right? The more you ask, the less less rambling on I go. Is there a trailing stop? You can build a trailing stop in the system, but just note it's just a generic trailing stop because our orders, we don't hold any of these orders. We send them directly to the broker just to make sure that if something happens with trade ideas or our servers or the connection between the two or anything like that, then your stop order is protected, right? That's our primary concern, is that the moment you enter a stock, the stop loss is, it's spoken for, so it's there and you're safe. It's a regular trailing stop. So if I put like $5 here, what it will do is it would put a stop $5 away, and then every time the stock ticks up, my stop would tick up. And then every time the stock ticks lower, the stop would tick lower as well. But yeah, so generic kind of trailing stops. We are going to work on doing something like saying, exit if it breaks the 10-period moving average or something. That's on the roadmap. The only issue with that right now is that we would then have to hold the orders. So we have to figure out a way to make sure that regardless of what happens, everyone's protected. Again, that's our main kind of concern. What do I use for Confluence? Again, I'm a very strat dependent person. I'm not a big indicator guy, so I will use things. I use indicators to, how's the best way to put this? I use an indicator as a best way to describe price action, right? So, I may say I want the 8-period moving average to be above the 20-period moving average. But that's not because I think either the 8 or the 20-period moving average has any power, right, or anything like that. It's just a way to say, well, if the 8-period moving average is above the 20-period moving average and prices are above those, well, then it has to have been in a trend for a certain period of time, right? So yeah, so moving average would be a surrogate. Same with like something like an RSI. You know what I mean? I may say I don't want the RSI to be overbought, but that's not because I believe, um, an RSI overbought means anything other than the price. If the RSI is not overbought, means the price hasn't moved in a straight in a you know a great distance for a period of time, right? So, you're talking about pennants and squeezes there. Well, one thing I'll look for in squeezes is kind of what are like the Bollinger Bands, for example. You could say, I want to look for stocks with a more narrow Bollinger Bands than normal, because, that's just how you define squeezes. You may also say, well, I want it to be above the 20-period moving average, but below the 8-period moving average, right? And that may help to figure out what kind of a pennant is, right? All right, so we got some. So in a top list, in the summary, I see sort by relative volume. I would like it to be sort by the dollar short float. Okay, so basically you're asking how do you change the, on a top list, how do you change what it's sorted by? Let's just grab my liked. Yeah, let's do my liked here. So what you would do is basically add whatever column you want it to sort by in, and then you just double click on that column, right? So if I want to sort this by relative volume, I'll just double click on that. If I want it by position and range, I can just double click on that. So just add whatever column that you want to see, right? Shares today, just a double click, and it will just sort by whatever you double click on. And then it also kind of indents the header here so you can see what you're looking at. Yeah, we also have this, to be honest, I never use it, where you can go in here and you can add the column in here and click on this and sort by it. I just like doing this better. You can do both, and it's kind of like a secondary sort. I want to sort by I want to sort by price first, but then if the prices are the same, I want you to sort by this additional kind of a thing, right? Cool, so that answered. I'm still going through those. What helps you determine pennant squeeze? Yeah, I mentioned I would check the 20 and the 8 and like any moving average and say I want you to be above this moving average but below this moving average. Yeah, IB's not. Buy, sell. Oh, that was a good little ticket there. Can I go over my construction of the rounded bottom scan? Yeah, and I think this is actually one I can share if... I don't think there's any customs in this. Oh, let's remove ETFs. And while I'm removing ETFs, I will go through and talk about how I built this. So essentially, it's just looking for stocks. It's using the position in range filter. So a 40% position in ranges a 40% max position in range is basically means, say the high of the stock was $100 and the low of the stock was 0. Then negative 40 would just mean it's under $40. So it's in the lower to, it can't be any higher than midway through its position in your range. So that finds that they're lower. From there, I just make sure that they're above the 20 period, but not an insane amount above because I don't want that to happen too much. And that the 20 period moving average is over the 200. But again, this is just to make sure that it's been, because I'm looking for stocks that are down a bunch, this just kind of makes sure that they've been basing sideways a little bit before going. And then what you end up getting is stocks that kind of look like this, where they're in the lower end of their year's range, but they're starting to curve up. And that's not the best example, but what else was from today? Just this today. What about yesterday? So HYLN, and I'm actually, you can see I'm in HYLN right here. I'm in it, actually 2 accounts. And it's this kind of look of sold off, pushed lower, and now it's starting to kind of perk up, and that's where the 2 versus the 200 get. So yeah, let me share this one with you guys. I'll actually save this because it's got the ETFs taken out. If there's customs in them, I can't share them, which most of mine have some sort of custom formula in it, but that one, that's no problem sharing. All right, and this is what the back test looks like. So check it out again. Understand what you're getting into. I generally don't give out back tested algos. I don't suggest anyone ever take an algo that I or anyone else build and just go with it. So I usually don't give them out, but this one actually back tests pretty well. So you may be able to find some good ones from it. Yeah, Holly gives a stop loss on every trade. So for example, it shows you right in the, let's find one. Yeah, this one's clear. So right here on the chart, the blue line, that's right here, and you can see the arrow. So the blue line at 32.19 and the arrow pointing to it says, okay, Holly suggested that you buy at this price on this candle. And here's your stop loss, right, at $31 a share. So that's, kind of gives them out on all trades. If we go, pull back short, same kind of thing, right? So short at 30.50 and then put your stop up. Smile Direct Club, same kind of thing, right? Short at 52.62, stop at 16.06. Pets was just a rocket. Whoa. Going on with Pets? Oh, big short float. Is Pets the next target for the unruly internet mob? This is again, for anyone that's new at trading and is kind of sleeping on the significance of what's happening here. I've been in the game for been trading 15 years, thereabouts, I'd say. I've never seen anything this crazy, right? I traded through the financial collapse. Large banks went bankrupt. That was kind of the most insane thing. This is kind of, this is the craziest thing I've seen, because they're intentionally going after dead companies, right? Like GME, BlackBerry, Nokia, right? These are not great companies, right? There's no one out there saying that, oh, these are the stars of their industry, right? I'm don't game nearly as much. I don't have the time anymore as I used to, but back in college I was gamed a lot, and I've got a couple game systems now. And I haven't been to a GameStop in 10 years, and I don't foresee a reason why I would ever have to go back. But their hive mind has found a crack in the system with these insane short floats. So it'll be interesting. All right, you're talking about the regulators will visit, but what do they do? Do they shut down? And what's the reason that they give for shutting it down? It's one of those things. It's a problem that was only created because of the internet, right? The one sub at a time. They're at 2.9 million subs, I think, on their channel. So firstly, KR, we can talk about this. This is what's going on right now. Check out this video that I did yesterday. It should be right above you, just kind of a couple posts above you there. Oh no, that's the Trade Ideas thing. Hold on. Where is this? No, I'll go. Let's take a look. So check out that video when you have time. I talk about it kind of in detail there. But the long story short is GameStop is kind of just think of it as like the Blockbuster of gaming. It's been completely eviscerated by the ability to download things. Back in the day, you wanted your video game, you drove down to the GameStop, you put your money down, you pick that up, away you go. The what happened is basically this Reddit crowd of Wall Street Bets, and if you're a sensitive person, don't go on their forums. They're very crass, and they're certainly they're having fun, right? You're not walking into Goldman Sachs. I think a lot of it's hilarious, but I've got a weird sense of humor, so. So essentially what they did is they found GameStop, and they kind of, as a hive mind almost, learned about this concept of short squeezes. So they all decided that if they took the small amount of monies each of them had and pooled them together and bought GameStop, that small amount of money added together becomes a large quantity of money. And with that large quantity of money, they're able to push the stock. So what happens is when GameStop goes from, let's say, right, from here to here, right? It goes from $5 or $10 to $40. There's a bunch of people out there who are already short the stock. So what happens is if you're short, and the example I used in the video, say you're short $10,000 worth of game. Let's say you're short $10 million worth of GameStop, and all of a sudden you have $10 million in your account. All of a sudden the stock doubles in price. Well, now you have to buy them right there. Your broker will force you to buy them at that price, because if it goes higher, you don't have the money to buy back the shares and give the shares to your broker. So they force you to buy GameStop, all right? And they will take hold of your account, and it's in the agreement that you agreed to when you opened up your broker account. They will take that and they will buy it. And they're not doing it sophisticatedly with fancy algos and stuff. They're just dumping it on the market. That pushes the price higher. All of a sudden, now GameStop's in the news, and you have a bunch of momentum traders that are getting on the bandwidth as well. From there, what happens is more people get liquidated. So more brokers have to buy more people. So now, the poor guy who was maybe short 1,000 shares in here, well, if it's up here, he's done, right? Even if he had a small position and that position balloons higher, it forces them to buy. Now, see, I don't agree with never shorting. This didn't happen overnight, right? You would have had to hold all the way as the stock doubled and doubled and doubled. Now, the advantage we have as retail traders over institutions is if we want to get out, we just hit the buy button and we just get out. That's just as simple as that, right? There's no excuse for any retail trader to ever say, oh, I'm stuck in this, or I can't get out of this, or whatever. It's horse crap, right? We always have the ability to trade because we're small. Now, imagine you're a giant hedge fund and you're short 10 million shares of GameStop. Well, as this thing's rallying, you can't just hit the buy button and get out, because you're going to cause that as well. If every short that was short GameStop covered when this nonsense was happening, GameStop would have been a $1,000 stock by now. And that's what these guys are trying to do. So basically there's kind of, and it's one of those things that it's illegal to kind of do bear runs when it's, just me. Like, so say I had a $1 billion account, right? You can push that $1 billion account, and I could buy all in on GameStop, and I could push it up and cause a short squeeze and flip it out. There's legal gray areas about that, and I could be punished. However, kind of what's happening here is the digital version of someone going to the pub with their buds and all saying, I think we should buy GameStop, because I think, doesn't matter the reason, right? I think GameStop has a new CEO. They took Nintendo's CEO. things like this, so they can come in and do this. So it's the digital version of that town square argument, where they're all getting together and just saying, let's just buy it and see what happens. Again, the issue is that these funds are getting, eviscerated. They're getting blown up, day by day, and they don't really have an outlet. Again, if they exit at these prices, they're kind of done forever. So what's kind of happening is people are borrowing money to help fund these guys so that they don't have to liquidate GameStop, because we know that nothing fundamental has happened to the company. The company's not making any more than it was a few days ago. It hasn't released a new product. It hasn't done any of these things. So the real question is, what's going to happen over the next few weeks or months? Because, for example, I was reading today that XRT, which is an equally weighted retail fund, you can see we're short a little bit here, that equity weighted retail fund is mostly GameStop now because of the move that it makes. So this fund, to rebalance, is going to have to sell some GameStop. At some point, it's one of those things that you would think that the Reddit community would run out of buying power, but with the community is growing. Like, if you go look at them today, I think they're up over 3 million subscribers, where yesterday they were around 2. Why is the short float being 138 isn't considered illegal? Well, that has to do with people, borrowing shares to short. It is possible, and it does happen, that a short float is bigger than the actual short itself. And again, whether or not that should be legal, I don't know. Right? I'm not. That's not. I am very happy that that's not my area to. Thanks for explaining the GME story. Yeah, no problem. I'm very glad that making rules like that is my area. I don't know enough about it. I agree that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Nokia, so they're intentionally hitting companies that are bad, or historically have been bad and are heavily shorted, right? So BlackBerry, for example, it's not huge, but it's a fairly large short float. CNBC was saying that game had been played by hedge funds till now. Happened, like, even Jim Cramer is on record for saying that he would short Apple and then call all of his buddies when the iPhone was coming out and say, I don't think they're going to release the iPhone in time, and then cover as the thing. So these kind of games have happened for a long time, and most of the games are illegal. The issue, again, is what happens with this new internet age. Again, I'm Canadian. I don't want to get into any political debates, blah, blah, blah. But it's the same conversation for, is banning someone from Twitter infringing on free speech, or is it a private company? And again, I'm glad that I don't have to figure out these problems and the solution around them. But that's what's kind of going on is think of it as like, and the internet really hasn't existed in a form like this before. So this has never happened before, but it was just kind of a crack in the system that eventually could have happened anyway. And, the issue is, right, what's going to happen next. Now, my personal thinking, and I'm not going to touch this. I full disclosure, I bought some puts up at like 140 on this day. And then when it kind of crashed down here, I covered most of those puts to basically finance the left. So I actually have, I think, 2 put options in GME that are essentially free because the profit I made on the bulk of the position covered those. But anyway, I do have a position, although it's not a relevant position, right? I always just like to be honest about that. I would personally, if I'm an investor in GameStop and your company has gone from $5 to 300 for no reason other than this kind of internet attack, so to speak, I would want the CEO fired if he doesn't raise money right now. When is GME going to get a better chance to offer shares than at this moment? Right? Like when is going to be the time where GME is like, yeah, we didn't raise money now because we expect our price is going to be back here soon. It's just not. It doesn't make any sense. So I'm kind of to the opinion that at some point something is going to happen here. A bunch of hedge funds are going to get together maybe and slam the thing down. Problem is where are they going to borrow the shares? But I could see, right, a couple hedge fund managers doing a little backroom deal and kind of figuring out what's happening, and just say, okay, let's slam it down and hurt all these, the people buying up here. I can't see a world where this doesn't end badly for most. The question is how. Now, I'm not going to trade this thing. Again, I got those couple puts. I'm just going to hold them for more fun than anything else. I think the entire value of them right now is $1,000. So I made a little bit over that on my short. So if they go to zero, I don't care. If they get big, then that's obviously great for me. But I wouldn't suggest anybody trading this ever, right? I bought those when I took that trade down here. I took it with the understanding that I was kind of throwing away that money. And I did the math and I said, okay, this is X amount of my portfolio. Let's take a shot for fun. But I wouldn't recommend anyone. I think it's an interesting case study and I think it's interesting to talk about, but I wouldn't recommend trading this, because the way I think about trading is, again, you always work on your process, not the individual trade. The process is what's important. So you're never going to be able to reproduce this GameStop, right? Eventually this will be shut down. That'll be the end of her. This is an anomaly. So I generally avoid anomalies unless I'm just going to take a shot in the dark for fun, because for me, it's not important that I make money on this anomaly. It's important to me that I can consistently develop a strategy that performs well over the long run, right? So FSR and NIO are working great. I think I tweeted about both of these. I definitely have videos going, but I think I tweeted about these as well. FSR was just interesting that it was holding this support down here, as well as it was kind of coiling and getting tighter and tighter and tighter. So I bought some yesterday at this price at 1570. We gapped down this morning, and then we didn't look back here. And INO is kind of the same thing, but just from a longer point of view, right? We have support down here. We have this kind of tightening that's happening as we bounce off this support. So I took some yesterday here, and this one's been great too. What else do I got going on? I got Plum. This is a new issue. In this area, right? I just got my stop. I'm just kind of raising my stop up here until I get stopped out. And then I did full disclosure, I've definitely had some stinkers. I'm going to be mad when I look at this. Like Big C I ended up making money on, but it stopped me out pretty much at the low of today and then ran. That's annoying. I'm going to make a note to cancel my stops in the morning and replace them. What else? AFRM, same kind of thing. I guess it's still down here, so that one I would have been stopped at anyway. New issue. Basically was looking for it to, I bought it when it broke on this candle, and I was hoping for a continuation, but it kind of came back down, right? So comment here again. Oh geez, this hour flew by. I guess that was a good conversation. I guess that's the tale of a good conversation, right? When time goes that quickly. I'm very aligned with your view, focusing on process rather than outcome. Yeah, totally agree. You know, it's this trade is irrelevant. The next trade's irrelevant. The next trade after that's irrelevant. What's relevant is that I develop a trading plan and a system and a way to trade that hopefully over days, weeks, months, years, I continue to profit, right? Hi, is there a problem with Brokerage Plus connection? Nope. I'm connected to Interactive Brokers, doing some experiments as well, but I'm connected on multiple accounts. I see a virtual machine and a virtual machine. That one's still connected. Not doing nearly as well, obviously, on that one today. But yeah, everything's working good. Thanks for explaining in depth. No problem at all. I would send that again if you just hit OK or yes. What happens, right? I would I'd take a screenshot of it and I'd send it into support. But I'm connected and everything's working great on my end. May have just been a little hiccup. Maybe shut down the system and open it back up. See, could just be a little glitch. But yeah, I haven't noticed anything all day. I've been on. TRVN popping up here. I don't know. Can I share? Yeah, I can. I can share these. For the single stock. There you go. Remember you can always right click and configure and then add and subtract whatever columns you want to see. These are the ones that I have in there. To be honest, I really only look at short float, earnings date, and float. That's about it. I should really clear this up and put some better information in it, but I don't care about the smart stop and or anything like that. I just want to know what's the earnings date, what's the float, what's the short float kind of thing. If your stop is smart stop, what you use for a target, and you're not gonna like that, you're not gonna like the answer, but it's gonna be whatever your trading plan says it should be, right? So I don't know. Depends. Are you gonna go for a 2-to-1 risk reward? Well, then maybe look at a custom formula where you multiply smart stop by 2, and I'll give you a link for that, how to build customs right here. Maybe you don't want a profit target. I don't like profit targets myself. I don't really use them. I like trailing stops. So again, it's whatever, refer to your written and tested trading plan that you have for sure, and just see what that should use as a target. Again, it's going to be different for everyone. I'm not a target guy myself. You can see here on NIO, I don't have a target. If I was targeting, I was risking less than 1,000. I was risking, I think, around 700. If I had a target, I'd probably already out. That may be the best move. Maybe we tank from here, or maybe this thing continues to squeeze. And so again, I use something different. So whatever, if you have a trading plan, refer to it. If you don't, stop trading, get a trading plan. Yeah, I've read that TD was sending out messages about AMC and or GME. Um, you're gonna see a lot of that. Again, I just wouldn't. I just don't see any benefit. Could you stumble into making a bunch of money on GME right now? Probably, maybe. Could you also get absolutely murdered? Yeah. So it's just not, for me, it's just not worth it. So I'm just gonna avoid. Silly question: when the day comes and TD will be online, will the same brokerage plus work? Yeah. So our game plan is to make it so that you could, in theory, start trading on our sim, um, open up an IB account. Uh, the trade in your IB account for a while. Maybe you want to open up an additional account, or maybe you want to move to E-Trade. You move to E-Trade. But from your paper trading to your live trading, since you've used Brokerage Plus, your trading experience is always going to be the same. That's our goal, is to say, like, again, I'm connected to E-Trade, Interactive Brokers, and TDA right here, and the interface is the same. So, like, I don't even have E-Trade or Thinkorswim on this computer, right? Oh, no worries. I'm actually pinging Barry right now. I'm going to be taking off here. He's clamoring to get the room back. All right, guys, I am taking off. Barry's going to be grabbing the room back. It was nice to chat. I'm on most Wednesdays. If and there's someone else on for all the other days. They all have their own area of expertise and all that. So give them a ping, and someone will be there to answer you for sure. So have a good one.
Yeah, Mr. Uvaldo, if you click on the help on any one of those, it'll tell you. Okay. I don't know if Michael answered that question, but the running up and running up now and running intermediate, it'll tell you what it's looking for. Yeah, it's just kind of what's happened in the room. If you've been in the room all day, it's just kind of a bit of a recap what's happened in the room. I do put this in here. Whoops. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, so if you've been in all day, I mean, it's just going to talk about what has transpired. But if you do want to follow, just click on my homepage link and right here, my recaps, okay? All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now, and I'll see you hopefully before 1:25. All right, guys, I'm now back. Yeah, no, I've seen people who have been posting the information about AMC and GME. I haven't seen it specifically, but so Zarata, did you see that? We no longer have, yeah, the social media channel. We were getting that information, I guess, from StockTwits, and this was something that had to be negotiated. I guess I don't. I mean, I don't know, the ins and outs of. I guess we pay them for the information. Anyway, I guess the negotiations went south, and so that's it. That's all I know. I never used it, so it doesn't. It never really affected. It doesn't really affect me, but so we had to yank the channel. Meanwhile, oh, don't tell me news is on the move. Don't tell me. It's on the move, yes. Why not? Have I written an uptrending stock scan? No. Um, but all these stocks that you see here are typically uptrending. Okay, I mean, they're making new highs. If you're asking, again, the $1 million question is how can I find it before it moves up? You can't. Well, it depends what you mean by an uptrending stock scan. What do you mean by that exactly, Alan? I mean, all these stocks here are trending up. I mean, they're trending up. So if you're looking for stocks that have moved, trended higher in the last 15 minutes, as an example, you can always look at things like, let's see, the change. Let's go change. Okay, so it's change in the last 30 minutes, a percent or 120 minutes. You can do things like that. So change in the last 120 minutes, 2 hours, put a percentage in there, minimum, and just take a look to see what sort of scans you get. With other filters in place, of course, or shorten the time frame. Or you can do things like consecutive. We have a consecutive. Okay, so consecutive candles. You can set how many, say 1, 2, 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, and 60 consecutive candles in a row you want up, as an example. Okay, so if you want 10-minute candles and you want at least 3 of them up, you put 3 here. Okay, so you can experiment and just sort of see what sort of alerts you're getting. Okay. Well, day after day, then I would use the daily consecutive candles. Try it starting there. Okay. And unfortunately, increasing volume, we can only do a volume increase over yesterday, but we can't do an increasing. We can't do like, okay, 3 days ago it was this, 2 days ago was this, and they're always increasing. We can't do that. But daily consecutive candles, that'll at least show you stocks that are moving higher. Yes. Sorry, guys. Stantec. And meanwhile, BBW. Look at the volume that came in for whatever reason. That cannot, not over a few days and then the pause. No. Okay, do I dare? Guys, BlackBerry BB just showed up. Just showed up in the options. Oh, man. I mean, you know, even though you would have thought, well, that's got to be way too late. 344. 436 now. What did this one do? 596. 596. 722. What did XSPA do? 244. Okay, so I'm going to wait on this one. I'm going to stick an alert right back up here, 245-ish, and see if it takes it out again. And then this is scary though. This is super scary. BlackBerry. Yeah, I mean, that's very possible, Alan. You know, of course, we'll see that explosion the day of, you know, so if it's consolidating, then we'll see that explosion. It's hard. You can't predict, of course, just because something gets consolidating that it's going to explode or when it's going to explode or if it's going to explode. That's why I don't really pay that much attention to, you know, the type of thing that you're looking for. And this is not to discount what you're looking for, because when we see the explosion, almost who cares how it came? You know, was it at a consolidation like this, or was it some other reason? No, but you could never have predicted this was going to happen looking at this daily. You know, there was no increase in volume really. Nothing. As an example. Little pop here in the 2. I don't see a huge pop for tech. Again, guys, you know, if I'm doing this, but you know, this is scary, okay? BlackBerry, the way it's, but I know the alert happened here. I'm not going to ever tell anybody to take this one, but darn, this was just when I was doing my video. 344, I mean, you would have thought, okay, because we got that alert right here at 251. So that's $1 later. The reason why it's later is because obviously the option volume did not kick in until right here or so. So I'm not saying I did, Mike. I'm just not going to tell other people. Nothing to speak of. It's just part of this WCSB thing, okay? Wall Street bets, okay? They're piling into it probably, maybe getting out of GME, whatever. And so there's nothing more I can add. It's just that, you know, it's going to be awfully whippy. Okay? I have to talk about it because it showed up. But I actually made an announcement in the pre-market. I said, don't ask me about GME, AMC, BlackBerry, or any of those other ones that are doing crazy, crazy. Like when I say ask, don't say, Barry, is this a good time to get into this? Boy, that was an expensive video I did. BBW at 596, 724 now. Ay, ay, ay. And the Travago at 344. I was just doing my video right here. If you're wondering, somebody asked me, well, why do I do my video now? Why don't I wait till the end of the day? There's a good reason. What if, yeah, Autolycus, you have to look up naked shorting. That's the reason why like a GME will have over 100%. Just look up naked shorting and it'll give you an explanation about how that can happen. Well, it should. I mean, if you look at it probably is showing you all the names that are moving today. But just take a look at it. All right, so this is, unfortunately, I mean, so this is the one that I did see, and it did not move, XPA. What's the high right there? Is 253, so that is probably, 244 is the trigger. You look left, 289, so it's got some room. It's got some room. Are you talking about when you click on configure and this is and it's not it sometimes it gets slow during the day. Every now and then. Let me see if mine does here on a top list window. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, sometimes it's just a little bit slow. So the market is basically flattened out after the big drop. See, this is happening now towards the end of the day, I'm noticing. I don't know what the situation is, but market is, after the big drop opening 15 minutes, we had an hour of recovery and then another 45 right back down to the lows. Bit of a recovery now. Well, the market, overall market, but I mean, these little ones aren't. They don't care. Where's the resistance to this? If there is any. So 518 is the next high looking left, I think. Well, it's right there, right at that high. That's back in, well, it just broke right through that. So that's nothing. You have to go back now to, let's see, what's that? February. So 2 years ago highs for Travago. But it's taking that out now. Now we're going to have to go back to 2018. Yeah, Tesla tonight, right? Tesla, Tesla releases after hours. Yeah, should be interesting. No bets are being placed yet. And Apple. Who cares about Apple? I'm way more interested in Tesla. But look at this. I mean, it is flatlining. I could probably back this out a little bit, get a little more action, but it's really, yeah, nothing's happening. Waiting. Yeah, the meeting. Yeah, as somebody's been pointing out, the meeting is at 2 o'clock. The FOMC. I just don't think it's going. It won't affect these. Apple can move the market. I'll give you that. But hey, listen. So can Tesla now. I mean, it is as you know, it's part of the S&P now, though its market cap is way less than Apple's. But yeah. Okay, guys. So now another one. APT just showed up here. When I say here, I'm talking about in the options. All right, guys. Well, I hate to do this. I think you know what I'm going to say. Those of you, those of you who've been around for a while. Whole dollar scanner. Yes, I did have one. Let's see if I still have it. Whole number, I think it was called. Whole number, yes. Whole number unpinned. There you go. Okay. Okay, so that is for you. When will there be a training course? What do you mean by a training course exactly, SSG? I mean, we have a lot of training that is video, and if you go to my homepage, so if you go to my homepage and click on my homepage link, and if you click on the education tab, click here for education. So, we've got things like the 20 lessons in 20 days, the daily support sessions, which, from 12 to 1 in the room you're in the YouTube room. We've got the daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock. You can sign up for them all right here. We've got educational videos here, and we've got trading books. So if you're looking about specifically for trade ideas, how to start using it, I would really recommend the 20 lessons in 20 days. It won't take you 20 days, okay? Okay? It won't take you 20 days. It just goes over all the basic features, how to create an alert window, how to create a top list window, what is a single stock window, how to create one. All the basic features, if that's what you're talking about. Well, you can't well, okay, I suppose you could back test if you wanted to. This is how you would do it. You would have to create an alert window, and then configure symbol list and check single symbol and then put that symbol in, okay? So attach it to the alert window and then run the back. Son of a, sorry, I forgot. That got rid of everything previous. And then just do the back test, okay? But it's not but the back tester is not designed for a single stock. It's designed for an event. You know, like you create the event with the filters in place, you know, a price range, maybe a minimum volume, all those sort of things, and then you pick a trigger, be it a new high or a new low or whatever, and then you back test that event to see how many stocks, what would have happened over the last, you know, and you pick a number of days, what would have happened if you took every single trade? And now BNED, I think Rio mentioned it before, but look at BNED, yes. Okay, well, then you'd have to just, you know, get your alert window, how you want to test it. You know, you're going to have to, you don't have to put a price range or anything like that, but maybe you want a minimum volume and things like that. And then just attach, use all symbols, the drop down, single symbol, and attach it. And then run the back tester just to see what would happen. It's rarely do people do it that way, but okay. You can create an alert with your own stocks. Yes, I can give you a video on how to do all that. Okay, Seth? We call it a symbol list. And this will show you how you can create your own list of stocks that you want to watch and then monitor. Okay, I just put it above you. Will you say, please, I just posted it above you. Whoa, look at that. 1578, 1606 right now. What a day for these abnormal option plays. So when you say trade together, what do you mean by that exactly? We're no. No, I mean, they'll have their own ideas, you know, styles of trading. No, during the day, no, no. First of all, they're more, I shouldn't say that. I mean, they'll do some intraday swings, but, or intraday trades, but no. They're also involved in support a lot, like they handle a little, I don't want to say more difficult questions, but they're a little more involved in support than I am, though I feel like I'm just support all day in here, which is fine. Well, I guess this is the protective wear, right? Isn't this protective wear? Protecting people, yeah. Yeah, so this is a COVID play, APT, yep. I don't have a link for tabs. What tabs are you talking about, Sess? What tabs are you actually talking about? I mean, like here? These tabs here? It's pretty, well, I mean, there's summary. You know, here's how you can add columns. The symbol list is what you were talking about. You know, watch list. Here's the exchanges. Just click on them. Windows specific filters. No, okay. What tabs are you talking about? Delpin, yeah, I know it just showed up here. Wow. I mean, again, guys, the market's down, all right? The market is down, right? Wrong. Look at all these incredible moves. All right, guys, I took a loss. Nobody bit when I was talking about it. I hate this. I hate this one, but I thought I'd take it. I took a little loss on the GNUS. Came in the options plays. I just have a distaste for this stock company, but I'll take a look at it later. If it takes out this area again, I'll give it one more kick. Look at this. I'm watching you, news, just in case. Every day at this time, I seem to get a little bit of a lag in my charts. All right, maybe on some volume, I'll take this again. Okay, go, you miserable. Well, what can I say, guys? If you have this one, you know it's saying wow to you over and over. It's probably driving you nuts, but wow, like wow. And what I'm talking about, for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, you can put a sound alert. You can put a sound alert on all of these. So the sound alert I'm using is wow. You can pick a different sound alert for different alert windows. So when you hear that sound, you know exactly which window to look at. Okay, so are you asking, okay, do you have our premium service test? You need our premium service to see this, to show you the ones that Holly traded today, including, I didn't even know this came in, Jill. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, if you haven't, then just click on new from our toolbar. Click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. And you'll see all the alerts that happened today. Come back. All right, guys, I am just waiting on Angie, ANGI, see if it has a pop. It's been super active today, so man, another one coming in, TXMD. Lots of option activity today. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, BBW right down here, 596, $8 now. Of course, BlackBerry, what? And now I'm sure you know I'm back in this one. You know, I resisted, but I got back into it. Took the small loss first. 1578. Okay, and then this one I'm waiting on. This was very active. I'm just kind of waiting on this one to see if it maybe takes out this area right up here. 1561. Big short float percent. This one just showed up, 174. I don't know too much about that one. Let me. There's Angie. Yeah, so this information, the float and the short float information, gets updated, not just from us, okay? It gets updated every 2 weeks. So let's say the 15th and 31st. That is typically how it works. And this is not just a limitation we put on it. That's just how it works. So for instance, I am assuming with GME, so it's the 27th. So on the 31st, that short float percent probably is going to decrease. Yeah, I mean, I could drop this. I mean, I could put 400% or 350%. Okay, it's just that I've put 500%. I know I could get them earlier. I'm just trying to limit the number. I mean, I don't know how many more you're getting in that one. But I'm purposely trying to limit the number I'm getting. Holy. Well, yeah, they will show it earlier because, but you're going to get a lot more alerts too. Hey, listen, guys, it's up to you. You guys want to, it's completely up to you. I'm just using this one, put a very tough set of filters in here, so I'm restricting the number I get, and I'm happy to do that. You don't have to. What a day. Holy. It's incredible. I mean, we may trade the float today. And we're halfway there. If this and a lot of that volume was picking up. So who knows? Maybe we'll even trade the float. Oh, Blackberry, you beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing, you. I'm not even looking to short. I'm sure there's a million, well, million, lots of short opportunities, these tops, but I'm not even paying attention. I do. Let's see. Do I? Probably. But I'm only going to hear it once. Oh, on the repeating window. Sorry, repeating window. Yeah. Yeah, I have it on the repeating window. So that's why I hear it over. It nags at me, you see? Are you sure you've heard me? Are you sure you've heard me? Are you sure you've heard me? You know. Yeah, Driscoll, James, I would just do a Google search, okay? Learn about options. I mean, lots of stuff out there. Why don't you just literally type in, you know, how to trade options, something like that. I don't know, Randy. I don't know the only thing I can think of is having, although I've never tried it, is to have something that's, like a big volume burst. And I don't know what you're going to see, but let's just say for argument's sake, you use, say, 1 minute volume, okay? So a 1 minute volume spike, but minimize the amount that it's moved in a minute. I mean, I've never tried it, so not the volume, but the change in 1 minute, make it so small, even though there's been a volume spike, if that makes sense. So you can try the, again, 1 minute volume spike, or use the filter volume 1 minute percent, put 500%, 1000%, and then use the change in 1 minute or 2 minutes or 5 minutes, and really restrict it, to a very, very low percent. So you've got a big volume pop with no change. Well, I'll throw it out. Okay, we have a question. Where should somebody go to learn options? Anybody have a website, that you would recommend? I know there's endless YouTube. That's what I kind of said, but he's looking for something specific. Anybody know of one that they go to that they like? Well, we're not going to start. We don't trade options at Tile Designer, so we don't trade options. So we have the option filters that you can use, but to help you zero in on abnormal option activity. But we're not trading options, so. You know, here's one that somebody's put in, James. If you're just starting out, okay, there's one, the classic Investopedia. Tasty, okay, yeah, that's true. Tasty trades, you can try tasty trades. You know, you just have to do a search on Tasty Trades. I don't know what their website is, but I know they do a lot of option stuff. Tasty Works, okay. Tasty Works. So there you go. Tasty Works, Tasty Trades. I mean, the volume in Sorrento, yeah, it's just massive. Straight up on the 15s. Only one red bar, really. I mean, I discount that one. Yeah, Tasty was just sold like for $1 billion. He is everything he has touched. That guy has turned to gold because he sold. What did he sell before that? Thinkorswim or I don't know who they sold to. Yeah, so he had Thinkorswim and he sold it for probably billions, and then he just started. I mean, the Tasty Trades, Tasty Works has not been around that long. Oh, I'm gone. What was I saying about it? Long gone. Minute that happened, long gone. Yeah, but don't listen to me, KJ. Okay, I have traded this, several times. I have a piece still in case it does something absolutely insane. But don't follow me on that one at all. All right, so to find it, I'll actually show you how to do it. When you say brand new to trade ideas or brand new in the room? Okay, so here's something I would do first anyway, Sylvia, is to take a look at these 20 short lessons, number one, okay? 20 short lessons, I think that's going to really help. Goes over, how to create a top list, how to create an alert window, all the basic features of trade ideas, okay? Number one. Number two, just to give you an idea of what I do, I take a window, so this is the repeating version, okay? Repeat, 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 repeat. This is the non-repeat version, so what I do is I start off, I take this is where this is the original, I duplicate it, okay, and that's what I did here, and then we have I go to properties, and then there's a don't repeat, and then I have different time frames. Don't repeat 4, so I've got 1, 5, 15, 30, an hour, or for a day. So that's what I do here. So it's pretty simple. You always you start off with your original window, duplicate it, and then properties, don't repeat, and then pick the time frame you want. But I would definitely go through those 20 short lessons, okay? Are you sure that they're restricting? I mean, I don't know. I haven't tried to short it, but it says there are 4 million shares available for shorting. Are you saying you can't short more than 100? Something happened here, guys. This is not my watch list anymore. I was wondering, why am I getting all those symbols? Here we go. That's why. Okay. I'm going to have to do some finesse. I'm going to forget this. Okay. What time is it? 2:09. One moment, please. All right. Packages, packages, packages. Okay. Well, SRNE. And it's not showing up here, believe it or not, in my options because it's only 441% instead of 500. That's why it's not showing up, but I can't even remember anymore. Is this a okay, this is a COVID play. Yes, a COVID play. Not bad volume, 70 million. You know, I like this one. It's just too whippy. This MDP. I mean, I just love the way it looks up here, but I'm also looking at spread. Yeah, it's about a 10-cent spread at times. Holy smokes. Wow. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just looking at some other stuff on my thumbnail charts. Thou shalt not chase. All right, well, I'll stick an alert up here around 272 for you miserable news and just see. The reason is it's got so much room. Wow. I remember this one, you know, Fulgent Genetics, FLGT. I remember when it was down to that 10 level. I mean, it's not that many months ago. I mean, it's last, and look at this. I mean, here it is at 15. This is less than a year ago. This is July of 20. Look at the run it's at. Well, look at this month, FLGT. No idea what they do. I mean, I can read what they do, but look at these moves. Look at this move this month for FLGT. It's a low float. 13 million, I mean, for an $89 stock, 13, that's so insanely low. Plus still a high short float percent. Guys, I'm telling you, if you want to have this, this is very simple. Put it together, really, really simple. It may be very similar to what we have in the Short Squeeze channel. I have no idea. But, you know, just zeroing in on high short float percents. And I sort it on where they are, the position, the high of the day. Yeah, so this has traded the float about 7 times. You don't often see that 161 million in the float traded 7 times. Remember, I mean, it did get up to 25 something, 25.80 in the pre-market. Another one ripping higher, but that had a bit of definitely a V dip on the 2, INO. Yeah, that'd work too. Yeah, I mean, different looks. So the top lists are so interesting. Take the data, massage it a little bit in terms of the columns. You get different looks. Speculated in what. Well, all I can tell you is that our company has had we had the best year ever last year. Unfortunately, I mean, fortunate for us, but there was a reason, and so many people were staying at home trying to figure out if they could make some money trading. So our subscriber growth went crazy this past year. So I mean, good for us. Guys, I'm watching Geo right here. I mean, it took out that high, 844. I mean, if it rests a little bit and then we get a pop in volume, I mean, this still has a shot to get close to that 9 level. Don't sleep on Drive Shack. Oh, I thought that was Drive Shack. DS? Yeah, there's no consolidation here though, for INO. No real consolidation. I mean, I don't consider this a break in consolidation. Well, like a new 5 or a 10-day high or something. I mean, it's a new 10-day high, I guess. Position in the 10-day range. What's the lowest we can go? Or 5-day? So what do we have here? Position in 5 or 10-day. You can put 100%. So that's above, all of this as an example. With other filters, of course. You can try that. I don't have anything specific, but you can try that. So here's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you could try like a position in 10-day, or you could try a position in 20-day. You go back to 20 days and just put 100% min. So that means it would have to be above the last 20 days, as an example. It did make a lifetime low yesterday, yes, Ija. It did. Again, on that, well, we'll call it news. I mean, it was news. My question was, what is their percentage of state penitentiaries versus federal? Okay, I'm going to watch Angie here, see if this holds. There's a pretty decent, looks like pretty decent support around 15. If it doesn't, this could turn into a short. And that is the other thing too. Of course, yes. I mean, just because even if they came down and said no more federal penitentiaries like that, it's not wrapping up tomorrow. Actually, this one has been better. CXW has been actually a little bit better. When I look at the 15, let's take a look at Geo again. Compare them. Yeah, it's pretty close to being about the same. CXW maybe a little bit better. Now, how much more room does this have? This has room to about 9 before it might get blocked. And CXW has room to, so this doesn't have as much room. I think Geo has more room if it's going to keep moving before it hits some resistance. All right, so there. Thank you, Grumpy. So that's a huge difference. All right, give me a moment, please. Well, you know what? This is coming right into the 200-day moving average now. INO. There's the 200-day moving average, 1380, right there. Will that stall it? Nothing else has really stalled it. Sorry about that. I am on mute. Sorry about that. I don't know how long I've been on mute. Okay, so Philippe, I don't know if you heard me. So what I said was click on New from the toolbar, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. All right, and then this is the window, and incorporate this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every morning, and then just wait for the alerts to happen all day long. Okay. Well, guys, I hope you know what I did. I mean, I only talked about it. I finally did something that I've been wanting to do. So we talked about I know, all right, coming into that 200-day moving average. At 1380, it paused a couple of times. And so, yes, I shorted it. A little bit like the Sorrento, SRNE. But I was definitely interested. It didn't look like it was what I was going to do. Well, this is exactly what I did. I shorted it right up here, and if had it touched the 200-day, I was going to get out and then see what it did. But look at this. Beauty. I'm not telling you guys what to do. Understand. You know, all I can do is say, well, this is what I'm looking at. I kept saying, coming into the 200-day. If you're sitting there thinking, I see what he's talking about. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Then do it. If it doesn't make sense, don't do it. And we just got halted. So this, wow, good grief. Look at this one, this TIRX. Now this is the one, wow, it's crazy. It's crazy. This is an IPO. I believe it's an IPO. I want to make sure. I'm pretty sure it's a Chinese IPO with a very low float. I just want to do a confirmation. You know, Eddie, a lot of people come into this room and I think they have the wrong idea. I mean, I'm here, a couple of reasons. I like to be here. But seriously, I mean, to try to get people to understand what Trade Ideas is as a company and how to use the scanners and how to set them up, et cetera, et cetera. And then we talk about different ideas all day long. But it is not a room. It's not like nobody's paying me to tell you what to buy or sell all day long. So you're never going to hear me say, okay, guys, everybody should be in TRX right now. You know, it's not that sort of a room. Let me just check my IPOs and check out. This is TIRX, okay, and 3 million shares, $4. So this is nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. Okay, this was like the one yesterday, but even more dramatic. And only 128,000. Yeah, let's take a look at Tesla. I mean, that is releasing after hours today, and yeah, no real action. Just everybody's waiting. Everybody, people. I'm not waiting, but I love you. So you're all over this one, thinking it's going to get to one soon. Okay, I'll remember that. I'll remember. You can tell me when it happens. All right, guys, it's 2:41. So again, this is my long day. I'm just going to go over quickly things you can find on my homepage. I'm whipped. This is what I mean. These last 2 days have been unbelievable. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, here's what you will find. You will find a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here's a promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha, 15% off. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Give you an idea how much it costs. We have 4 plans. So we have an annual, premium, and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15. The big difference, most people, the reason why they want to have our premium service is to have access to this AI at a pretty spectacular day at times. You know, pets at one point was 42. What did it get up to? 50 something? So anyway, I mean, it's a watch list you can use, right? But I mean, this is just had a great day today. You know, certain stocks just absolutely soared. There are other differences between premium and standard, but that's the main one, okay? You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. 118 or 228. That 15% discount is applicable to the first month only. You can sign up for the Trade of the Week, sent to you every Monday morning about 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens. I've already done my recap. You can sign up for them here. This is a recap of kind of what's happened in the room. And usually goes up, probably has gone up by now. All my scans, especially this guy, I would really recommend you take a look at this one, the moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? But all the others, I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you're wondering what I use in the pre-market, I have the gap up and gap down shared, and pre-market and pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These are the 4. I've been using these for years, okay? That's what I use for the pre-market. Lots of education here, including the 20 lessons in 20 days. Again, I would like to change that. Just 20 lessons, 20 short lessons. Very, very easy to do. You know, it's all text-based, so it's not even video. Top list, how to build one, alert windows, creating one, etc. All of the basic features of Trade Ideas. Daily support session. So, I mean, this is like a Q&A all day long also, but it's, I guess, a more, I don't want to say structured Q&A, but between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room, one of the other traders takes over, and they're more swing traders than I am. So, you know, perhaps you want to go there if you're more interested in swing trading. And that's between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. And of course, here's the free trading room and daily webinars. So this is the one that I attend today. We have them Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. They're all archived, and I help out on the Wednesday ones. It's the Q&A with Dan and Brad, a couple of co-founders of Trade Ideas. More educational videos and more. We have some ebooks here that we created, trading ebooks that we created. Okay. No, not yet. Hopefully, I'm not even going to try to figure out when it's going to happen. We honestly thought probably last week it was going to happen, but right now, the only way you can do any auto trading at all, be it the AI or your own strategies, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account and our premium service. You can see right here that we have, we're ready for TD and E-Trade, but when I say ready, I mean they're listed. And we honestly thought that we'd have them ready by now, but there's still some bugs that have to be worked out. So don't ask me when, please. I just don't know. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, they've already exited. I didn't notice. Children. Yeah, they exit so quickly. I can't ban them. All I can do is just get the post deleted. Anyway, you know what? Maybe that's a sign, guys. I think again, this is my long day, and so I think I wouldn't mind wrapping it up now. We've had a sensational day, lots of activity. So I think I will wrap it up now. I'll stick, if there are some questions, I will stick around. And again, I'll maybe see some of you at 5 o'clock. No, 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 no. Lily. Yeah, it's nonsensical, okay? No, we're trying to answer that guy. I'm trying to delete the posts. Okay, guys, listen. I'm going to get out of here because who knows what could get posted. So, thanks a lot for all your help. Okay, and I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye bye. Okay, Lee, I'm still here. I just closed down the main room, but I'm not sure. I might be able to help you. I'm not a big expert. Okay, I'm not a big expert on integration between TI and IB. I mean, it should be pretty simple if you have followed the video. But go ahead. If I can't help you, I'll direct you. I don't know if you have actually watched the video. I'll pop it in here just in case you haven't. Okay. Okay, I'm following. Okay, if you're going to ask why there might be a difference, I don't know. I think I know what your question is. You'd be using our simulator, and now you're using IB simulator, and you seem to get a difference. I can't answer that. You'd have to. I just can't answer it. I don't know why. Yeah, so I don't know why. Have 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 you sent that question in to our info at trade-ideas.com? I just can't answer that question. I have no idea why that would happen. They would probably ask for your logs, and maybe do a check to see what the logs say. And in order to send the logs, you would click on help, and then send files to support. But other than that, I have no explanation why that would be happening. No, I would hope not. Okay, but I would ask that question. Okay, you can I'll send you to our homepage. Thing is, I don't I just trade because I don't trade very much. And what I want to demonstrate all day long is the simulator. So I'm not ever going to log in and out, go to my live account and then back to the simulator. I've got too much going on. I don't want to make a mistake. So I just use IB, and I just trade from within IB. Okay. But what I would do is I would ask that question. Go to the home page and ask the question. You're seeing a lag. You're seeing a lag, and in simulation, when you compare it to IB's simulator and ours, will that happen? I mean, I can't imagine it would, but now if you're talking about micro trading, I mean, I don't know if you're talking about, trying to scalp 2 or 3 cents here and there. But anyway, why don't you ask the question and see what happens? I'm sorry I can't be more helpful. Okay, so I'm going to shut... Okay, so just ask the question and hopefully they can answer. I just can't be more helpful than that. All right, guys, so I'm going to shut down our YouTube feed also.